Our dear speakers are going to be presenting case analysis now. Those who doesn't have speakerphones, you can get them from by the door.
Psikolog desin. Tamam, psikolog. Sizin ama şey verilmedi bana. Konum burada. Tamam. Tamam. Türkçesi burada. Ben şimdi Michael'a, David'i böyle bir tanıtım hani yazdım kim olduğuna dair
Tamam.
de sizi nasıl tanıtalım Ebru Hanım?
Normalde kimse tanıtmadı dün kimseyi.
Öyle mi?
Case
gerçekleştirmedik. O
analysis.
yüzden bugün ilk programımız onlarla olacak.
That's why
Programın
we are starting
sunumu için
our
ben
day with the
sözü
case
ve mikrofonu
analysis.
gazeteci yazar Hilal Kaplan'a bırakıyorum efendim. Alkışlarınızla.
And I let this stage to Ms. Hilal Kaplan today. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Welcome to the symposium. I am asked to continue in English afterwards.
Symposium of World Children and Family Protection Platform. In this session, our two experts will discuss case analysis and share with us their experiences in the field. But first, let me introduce you our guests. Mr. David Pickup, he is an experienced marriage and family counselor based in Texas. Dr. Pickup, who has been working with homosexual and gender dysphoric individuals for many years, is known for his expertise in reintegrative therapy. Although he grew up in a devout Christian environment, he experienced difficulties regarding his sexual orientation at a certain period of his life, but he managed to overcome this process with therapy. Dr. Pickup, working with Dr. Nicolasi, he radically changed his life and he was later trained as a therapist in his field. He is a board member of the Alliance for Therapeutic Choice and Scientific Integrity, which fights for the rights and therapeutic options of LGBT people. This association provides a platform that fights for LGBT therapy in different disciplines such as religion, psychology, psychiatric sciences, and law. Through the Alliance for Therapeutic Choice and Scientific Integrity, Dr. Pickup has personally helped win some legal battles and raised public awareness of LGBT therapy. Unlike other associations in America that primarily focus on religion in the LGBT movement, David Pickup and his team attract attention by approaching the issues through scientific knowledge, law, and therapy practice. In short, Dr. David Pickup is known not only as a therapist, but also as a man of cause, known for his insights into the LGBT movement. Dr. Pickup, the floor is yours.
Start introducing the case now or just introduce myself? Okay, so just go with the case. Okay. Well, good morning. I am honored again to speak for you and with you today and with my colleague in a few minutes, Dr. Davidson. And so I feel very welcomed here. I have spoken before. Some of you may remember 2 years ago I was here, and it's all a great experience for me. I know our cultures are actually different in many ways, but on these issues, my evaluation is that we're the same, and I'm very glad that we hold positions that are very important to all of us in terms of gender and sexuality.
Okay. Sorry. I will also introduce Mr. Mike Davidson, and he will join the session as well. Mike Davidson is a British citizen living in Belfast. Davidson, who is known as a name close to the U.S. Alliance for Therapeutic Choice and Scientific Integrity, is also the president of the International Federation for Therapeutic and Counseling Choice. Like Dr. David Pickup, Davidson has had difficulties with sexual orientation in his past and has successfully completed therapy on this issue. When he was asked to accept to align himself with LGBT discourse, he abandoned the certification training on this subject. Davidson was refused certification by the UK Psychotherapy Council and the British Psychological Society. This highlights how determined and committed Mr. Davidson is on these issues. Davidson describes himself as a figure who fights for the rights and freedoms of those who have left homosexuality or are seeking help in quitting. Led by Mike Davidson, the International Federation for Therapeutic and Counseling Choice is known as an association with a global perspective on therapeutic choice, scientific consistency, and counseling. Davidson plays an active role on various platforms to raise social awareness on issues related to sexual orientation, respecting the rights of individuals, and he continues to defend the rights and freedoms of those who abandon homosexuality. At the same time, IFTCC is an institution with a worldwide network of highly qualified practitioners, counselors, and therapists to deliver research-based, science-based practices. Mr. Davidson, can you also join us for the session, please?
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, now the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again to share with you, and I look forward to interacting with David Pickup on the case histories that I think are important to us.
Thank you, Mike. I thought that we would bring up several typical cases that you'd want to know about and those experiences, maybe some that are atypical, maybe some that will offer particular challenges and how our clients overcame them. But it's going to be a relatively free discussion in which we're happy to, if it's possible, to answer any questions as well. So I know Mike and I are both open to any questions, no matter what those are. I'm happy to answer them in the best way I possibly can. I thought I'd start off with a typical case. In America, in my private practice in Houston, Texas, a typical case at this point in time, even though it used to be different years ago, is a typical young male man, about 25 years of age. We'll call his name John, comes into my office, and he presents as a very spiritual, religious person, usually, although not always, and he presents most often in the current years as having a major problem with gay pornography. As you already know, I'm sure, pornography is inundating the world with online materials that are just not healthy. And so very typically, he would come to me and say, I know I'm not born gay. I know that something happened to me long ago that pushed my feelings towards homosexuality, but I don't know how to transform out of it. I'm greatly distressed. I feel some degree of depression and anxiety. I've had some really tough things that have happened to me in my life, and I want help to either reduce or transform completely out of homosexuality feelings and or behaviors. And usually the clients that I see who are this age, usually, although not always, come to me and they're very sensitive. And I mean that in a very good way. But they believe that their sensitivity is a shame for them. And so one of the major roadblocks that's true for virtually all clients is this aspect of shame that they come to therapy with. I want to define how that client defines shame. Sometimes I have to educate them about what shame really is. And most clients that come to my office do not understand the difference between actual guilt and shame. I believe that there's a definite difference. They feel the same sometimes, but there's a definite difference. For instance, if the voice of guilt says, there's something wrong with what I've done, actually, even though it doesn't feel good, we need the quality of guilt sometimes because it keeps us from, well, robbing banks and killing people, things like that. It doesn't feel good, but there is accountability for the things that we actually do. But what the voice of shame says is there's something about me as a man that's defective at my core. I'm never man enough. I'm inferior as a man. I don't feel like a man. And even worse, I'm trapped. There's no way out for me. It's a horrible feeling. Maybe some of you know what that kind of shame feels like. So when I use the word shame, what I mean every time I say that is this really deep, unnecessary, and very tragic viewpoint that there's something basically defective about them. So this young man came to me, and it's a very typical case. And I first, because he didn't know very much, I first educated him on what shame is all about and how it actually is one of the basic foundations of how homosexual feelings arise. Yesterday I explained how shutting down the male programming through trauma or shame, which is a version of trauma, unmet needs for a father's love, affection, approval, or other boys' relationships with affirmation from other boys growing up, their male programming is shut down. And the only other way for them to view masculinity at that point is to objectify the male body. And that's the moment it turns an erotic maleness instead of what they're supposed to feel, which is a wonderful subjective view that many men don't even question who don't have these issues, but they do, because they don't know what it feels like to feel masculine enough. They don't know what it feels like to view themselves, even though they do bad things from time to time, like all human beings, that essentially at their core, they are man enough. They don't know what that feels like. And so they essentially, unconsciously, find manhood, what they believe is powerful or real manhood, in the bodies of other men on pornography. And it's all very erotic. So when that young man comes in, when needed, I did a lot of educating, so he'll understand himself better. But I also do something else to help him be convinced for himself alone, not just because I'm saying it, that there are trauma issues below his homoerotic feelings. And what I do is this. Let's say his name is John again. John, remember that porn image that you have in your mind? And we'll say this time it was a big muscular man that was very erotic to him. Turn around now and look at yourself and your own body. What are you feeling right now, whatever that is, in your body about yourself when you compare yourself to that man in the porn image? And what do you think they say? Every single time, every single client, they say, I'm not like him. I'm nothing compared with him. I'm not a real man like he is. I feel really bad or rotten about myself. And so when I do that, I use his own emotions, his own body, his own mindset to help him understand that this really isn't a sexual problem. Believe it or not, it's not really about sex. Homosexual eroticism is really the symptom that is produced through unfulfilled needs and this kind of shame-based trauma. And so that is a relief to him right off the bat. Immediately it feels like relief to him, and then we're ready to start the work. And for me, although talk therapy and just the regular way therapists usually talk to their clients goes on, but as soon as I can, I lead them to the IMTT process because I want them to experience how good it possibly can be from the very first few sessions, because they'll feel more like they've already begun to heal their issues. And John, this young man, would undergo usually two things. An image therapy process for the underlying trauma of the shame caused by various things, including, by the way, sexual abuse for some clients. And then we go to what's above that, which is the homoerotic impulses, and do another kind of image process with IMTT to work directly on the homoerotic feelings. And to make a very long story short, within several sessions, those traumas and that sexual interest either is immensely lowered automatically, emotionally, or it just completely goes away. And that is a typical client, and I'm describing to some extent almost every client's experience if they present in this way that comes into my office. I also do a lot of talking about how these boys and these men, whether they're just like John or whether they're older or whether they're younger, I make sure to emphasize that compassion. My clients probably get sick of me saying the word compassion, but they are so shame-based from older men. In some cases, they've never heard what it's like or felt what it's like for an older man to be compassionate with them. And it's a professional relationship, of course, but I do believe that great compassion can be shown from a therapist to a male client that can do a lot of good just because they're showing compassion. And anytime a client such as John is heavily affected by that shame-based experience, I try to model for him that compassion and help him on his journey to start that. I wanted at least to let you know what a typical, there's other kinds of clients that we can discuss, but I at least wanted to give you a typical example of what the typical client comes in with. Mike, maybe you have some comments on what I said, or maybe on your own experience of your own clients typically?
I think what you described was really helpful in terms of what was happening in the therapy sessions, and you clearly had a plan and you worked it through and you used different approaches and techniques to achieve what you did. I think what I'd be really interested in is any knowledge you have of how that translated into his day-to-day life. What was happening on the outside? I presume, you know, this person made progress, and that will have generated from the therapeutic process that you were undergoing, but there must have been things that were happening more broadly that reinforced it or strengthened what was the process that was taking place. I'd love to hear more about that.
Well, yes, then I'll expand the example of what I just said, because Mike is exactly right. There actually needs to be much more than what goes on in the therapist's office. Obviously, they need to translate their experiences into their everyday life. This is absolutely essential. So what I found out with the typical client, most clients, they need some coaching on how to live in the world, how to express their sense of masculinity, how to relate to other men in much better ways, how to relate to women if that's what they're choosing to do. And so the coaching involves their experiences of me supportively, compassionately challenging them to carry forward and take what I call emotional healthy risks. So the men that they've been afraid of, terrified of, or shamed by, I urge them to go back to not necessarily the same men, but to men that they trust, and to be more authentic with them, to be more open emotionally with them. In treatment for homosexuality or transgenderism also, is to not go away from men, is to go towards men, because they're missing that male need fulfillment. It doesn't work over the long term. If a homosexual man or boy goes away from men, he needs to go towards men, if possible, towards his father emotionally, and remove the roadblocks for that. Towards other boys, other men, and engage with them. Even if he has different interests, it matters much more what happens between them, emotionally, supportively, affirmation-wise. It matters much more of that than what they're actually doing. A boy or a man could go play sports or not. He could play chess. He could listen to music. He could be in a science or mathematics club. it almost doesn't matter. It matters what goes on emotionally between them while they're exchanging those ideas and those activities. So what I do is I encourage them with their newfound sense of masculine confidence to interact with males in a much more free way in which they feel affirmed by those males, in some cases for the first times in their lives. And they come back to therapy, tell me how that has gone for them, and if there's any trouble or trauma, we continue to work on that. But that's what I help them do, is to flesh out those relationships. It's part of the trauma healing and part of the need fulfillment if they go have relationships as soon as they're able to, that are healthy in their everyday lives. Same thing for those who want to move immediately or later on to relationships with women. I encourage them. I pretty much tell a lot of my clients how to relate to women much better, and how to teach them about women, how women are essentially, just like men are, essentially good, and that there's value, and that there's interest, and there's something interesting and beautiful about women, and how they can access that, and how they can be confident and not be like women, but to be confident in their own manhood, which is going to make them more interested automatically in women. That's the kind of additional, I know I've talked probably for too long, but that's the kind of additional experience I coach them to do.
May I ask a question to both of you? If I understood you correctly, you're talking about some kind of internalized shame. Mm-hmm. You internalize that voice with you. Generally, who is that voice that are leading these young men to have that kind of shame? And what kind of advice do you give parents, especially, to prevent their sons or daughters to have this kind of tendencies? What kind of parenting style should they adopt? And third, I think the therapist kind of becomes like a father figure in the patient's life. So, but the therapist is not a long life presence in that person's life. Isn't that, you know, a challenge for that person?
Go ahead, Mike.
I think if you would allow me to share my example, sure, then I think we will get to all of those questions, very important questions. I wanted to just pick up on what David is highlighting here, and that is the fact that isolation is the number one danger in all of this. When a man is isolated, that is a problem, and the work is very much about reconnecting that man, or helping that man to find ways of reconnecting with society in a way that gives him confidence and begins to reduce the shame that has come from isolation. He got isolated because he got traumatized, maybe in community, maybe it happened at school, maybe there was bullying, all of those things. So part of the healing, which is being facilitated in the counseling context, is to re-find a place in society that reduces the isolation and the shame. So I wanted to just share briefly about one client that I had who taught me a great deal about the work that I'm doing. So 33 years of age, his name is David, we'll say here. This is a professional person who has a senior PhD degree, clearly very competent, perfectionistic in all that he did, but struggling with same-sex attraction in this unique way. He had been in consistent gay relationships for 10 years. He revealed in his therapy that he was adopted. He revealed also that he had been abused by an older boy, that when he went to school, he was told he was gay, and after a while, he began to believe it because he had these feelings. And he took that on board. He successfully completed all of his studies, and he went into a gay lifestyle. But the day came when he phoned me and wanted to interact with me. And I shared what I felt. I listened to his story and offered him some advice about the kind of process that he would need to go to. And I actually thought, well, that will be the last I will hear from him, because this person knows what he wants. I'm not sure that he wants to get anything from me. And one of the reasons why I was surprised was because he had no religious background. He considered himself a secular humanist. He did not have any faith context about him. And I operate openly, and people know that I do have a faith basis. So I was amazed, number one, that he had contacted me, and number two, that he actually then wanted to continue working with me. But this is the kind of process that began to happen here, David. He was going to the gym often, and clearly he took care of his body. He was in good shape. He valued how he looked and all of those things. But he'd always felt alone at gym. And he would just do whatever the workout was and go home, kind of thing. And he was on this treadmill. He began to set his own goals. He said to himself, I'm going to go to gym and I'm not going to come back until I've spoken to 3 new people a day. I did not set those goals. He set them. And that is how he would go about his gym practice from then on. He would make sure he spoke to 3 men. And then it was that when he was in the classes, he would make sure he didn't stick to the same person. In other words, what I began to realize intuitively, he knew that he needed to broaden his ability to connect with people, and he knew it was going to take effort. And the fascinating thing was, he said he was really scared. He was terrified. He would go weak at the knees because the people he would choose to speak to were idealized in his mind. They were bigger and broader and better looking and more confident and all of these things, but he knew instinctively those are the people that he needed to speak to. Well, there were also relationships. Well, one thing that bothered him was, although he participated in karate and this and that, all these kind of different sporty things, he would not participate in any team sports. He hated rugby or soccer, just had an aversion to that. His father loved those sports, and there was this gap between his father. What he realized was that when he went out and there were males around him, they were all speaking about sport, about team sport, about soccer, and he could not participate. So again, I didn't tell him this. He decided to spend time with his father and to begin to learn the rules. He began to go and he got some coaching from somebody who taught him how to play a bit of soccer. This is all out of his comfort zone. So he did that for a while. This relationship, this counseling relationship, was about 2.5 years. But towards the end of it, I could see what was happening is he was growing in his confidence in his relationship with other men. He began to form close relationships with other men who did not have this issue because he was being more authentic about. I don't think he shared everything, but he was vulnerable before them. And the end of the story was he ended up in a viable relationship with a woman at the end of it. That wasn't the goal. The goal was that he was just dealing with the issues that were coming up. The point I'm trying to make is, David, I know this is probably unusual because he was so motivated. You know, where did his motivation come from? Well, not from religion. It came from the fact that he was sick and tired of what was going on in his life before that. And he could see where he wanted to be.
That's a wonderful story. I wish I could say every client had that much self-esteem. I've had that kind of client as well, and in my opinion, that kind of client is already at an advantage because their self-esteem is perhaps not as taken down as deeply as most clients. And so his client already had a certain sense of self-esteem enough to where he was self-initiative and had those goals of experiences. See, what Mike is describing is extremely important because, know it or not, consciously or unconsciously, that young man was in a sense, was recreating the developmental experiences that should have happened between him and his father or male peers during the growing up years. And so since it was based on trauma instead of fulfilled needs, now that guy has, as we say in America, got back on track with his developmental cycles, and he inherently, something told him, his intuition evidently told him that he needed something that felt better than all this sexual stuff going on between men. And there you have a typical example of someone who even doesn't have to be religious to experience the regular cycle of what makes a man feel good about himself and other men.
And I think that leads us on to the questions that are being asked of us here about essentially what are the parents, what's the role of the parents when they begin to sense something is wrong. Would you like to comment on that, David?
Yes, I'd like to talk about parents. Sometimes it's just as difficult an issue to deal with the parents in therapy than it is for the client. And in my experience, it's a tough issue, and those of you who are therapists are probably going to have the same tough issue, because I think generally speaking, all parents love their children. But that doesn't mean necessarily that they know how to love their children. There's a lot of factors such as personality differences, traumas that happen in everyday life, marriages that don't go well, drama, chaos, that kind of thing. All that can have a bearing on preventing these needs and helping to unintentionally create a shame-based environment for a child. So most often in my practice, unfortunately, tragically, but unintentionally, the father can either be so passive in the child's everyday life or so overly combative or strong that the point about not attaching emotionally of a son to a father is still true. And if you want to counsel with your parents, or if you already are a parent and you have something's not going well with the relationship, the number one thing I would say essential that must be done above everything else, if there is a chance for a father and son to be bonded emotionally, however that can happen, and remove the roadblocks, sometimes in the father's mind, but sometimes in the client's mind, to get to that point, you will have probably prevented a lot of homosexuality itself, and it's such a healing experience that the homosexual feelings will, just because of that, will tend to dissipate or tend to at least reduce. Ultimately, this is attachment theory. Some of you, I'm sure, are already familiar with attachment theory. The basic layman's term for attachment theory in these issues is if a boy doesn't attach to his father, his primary male role model, he won't easily or very well attach to his own male self. That's how we're designed. That's how a boy primarily learns to develop into a man is to have a loving, connected experience between father and son. If that doesn't happen, or if there's a break, that child is going to have experiences that are not good. And one of those experiences are going to be an automatic desire sexually for other men. Doesn't happen to all men, but it does for some. And so you want to tell parents that they've got to, if you're able to do this, and I'm assuming a respectful way, you've got to tell fathers that they've got to love their boys in ways that really work. They've got to hug their boys. They've got to affirm them, approve of them in ways they may never have thought about before. Because if they don't, what I can guarantee you is another man will. And it'll often be an LGBT man later on in life.
So, David, would you have the opportunity to speak to fathers or parents of the individuals that you counsel?
Yes. I wish I could talk to every one of them, but the clients I have that are between 15 and 18, it's possible to talk with the parents. But the ones in their 20s and beyond, frequently the parents are so out of the picture, they don't, a guy that old really just wants individual therapy. I think would be best always if a part of therapy were if the parents were involved a little bit in some of the therapy sessions. If they come to the sessions, you should know and be prepared for there's going to be conflict. There's going to be conflict, but that's why you're a therapist, is to navigate and help them resolve those conflicts. And I get the chance to express how that challenging both father and son actually is for their greater good. I tell them, this is what you get. What you get from resolving the conflicts and working on the anger and the shame issues together, what you get is a loving relationship, not more conflict, because I know that is going to work for the client in ways. And the father gets a payoff as well. He gets to know much more what it feels like to love his own son.
So if a young, maybe parents approach you about a 15-year-old son, is it ever the case that you would maybe spend some time with the parents first, and then, having done that, go on to counsel the young person?
Yes. Sometimes I will counsel only or at first with just the parents. And usually in America, this is how it happens in my private practice. Usually those 15-year-olds in that particular case don't want to have, they are often gay identified, especially in that situation where they're gay identified, and we don't force anyone into therapy at all. So I work occasionally with just the parents, and I show them how to help their sons heal the relationship. Because children that young, in theory, they can still be malleable. They can still be persuadable in good ways based on new ways of connecting emotionally with the parents, resolving conflicts, listening, communication skills, that kind of thing that tends to heal them automatically. And then some of these parents are in immense grief because the child has gone so far off. They don't. It's hard to. They're so angry and so hurt that they just won't cooperate. Okay, well, we work sometimes with just the parents and try to change the relationship so that later better things can happen. But there are some parents I work with just for a few sessions, and then the client who's 15-year-old or let's say 17-year-old, which is still in America considered a minor, then they may come to therapy, and then we'll concentrate mostly on the individual therapy for the individual son, client. But still, if if they allow me to, I still like to have the parents in on a few of those sessions occasionally.
Now that's ideal, if you can get the two parents and then you can get the young person. I mean,
Yeah.
that's wonderful. But what about the situation where you have a mother who is concerned about a son, and there's going to be an issue bringing the father to the counseling room? It's not going to happen. So but the mother comes, what's the advice, do you think, you can give to the mother as she tries to address what is unfolding before her? She can see it's going in the wrong direction.
That's a great question, and it's a very detailed, sometimes a very difficult question. But what I do is I talk to the mother and increase her communication skills, teaching her how to listen more to her husband so that he may be more receptive to when she begins to tell him just how tough things are with their son. In cases like Mike saying, usually the father, for whatever reason, is out of touch. He thinks usually things are okay between he and his son. They don't know. They're blind, let's say. And so I teach the mother how to relate in a loving way, but also in a challenging way, to entreat her husband to use positive language, to tell the husband that things could be so much better, so much more loving and close-knit between he and his son. And when a woman encourages that in her husband, unless the husband doesn't want to have anything to do with their children, unfortunately, then a husband may start to look at his son in a different way. He may realize that from the way he was raised by his own father, his own son may actually be different. And he may begin to realize that, maybe there's some kind of benefit. So I teach the benefits, not just how bad things are, but teach what could be. There's another element, too. I don't know how things go here in Turkey. I don't know how things go in your individual practices and how you actually relate to fathers. But my top concern, my bias is that the client, when it's the child receiving therapy, even if they're older, my focus and my main interest is in that son. That's who I'm really there for primarily. I'm respectful very much to parents, but I'm there for the male client. And so that causes me, on some occasions, especially when fathers walk into therapy and let's say they're very strong and they just want to know what the answers are. They want to be told. They tend to think maybe they're doubting therapy, or maybe they think that my son just needs to change his behavior and everything will be well, or he just needs to get married and that'll solve all his problems. Well, Americans tend to be rather challenging, and I'm one of those. I do it in a respectful way. So you'll have to do this in your own style if it fits for you. But many men who walk in who are typical fathers like this, who just don't get it, all right? I will challenge them. And if they are tough men, great. I will be tough with them. Just last week, I told a father who was very good-hearted, very religious man. His intentions were good, but he knows almost nothing about how to love his own child because of his own upbringing. And he wanted me explicitly to tell him like it was. Well, I did that. And I told him, with all due respect, Father, you don't know what it feels like to be in your son's shoes. You don't know what it feels like, but your son is in pain. A typical example also would be, you thought that your son was your best friend. A father and son can't be best friends. They're father and son. In fact, what the father had done unconsciously is turned his son into a best friend instead of a son. And so I had to, if you're if you'll pardon the pun, straighten him out. And I told him that he needed to change as soon as he could, because he was going to have a much more loving relationship with his son if he would just give up on the ways that didn't work for him. He would even call his own son in a pejorative way. He would look at his son sometimes, who was a sensitive fellow, and say, "Don't act like a queer. Don't be a woman," in front of other people. And it just made the situation worse. And so I was very strong with him. I never lost respect for him. I told him I knew he had a very good heart, but I also told him that he has to change if he expects any change in his relationship with his son. And my view is, and I'm very careful with this, but my view is that what I just did was an act of love for that father, as well as an act of love for the client. So it can be quite challenging, Mike. I don't know if you find the same kind of thing happen to you or not.
Well, I just think it's a real bonus to be able to speak to parents and interact with them, yes, and I think that is exactly the way that we should be going, because these are systemic issues. It's within the systemic relationships within the family, and then beyond that, it's about how we reincorporate that individual in the developmental process that connects him with society in a way that takes away the isolation and the shame. Does that answer any of your questions?
Definitely, but can I just ask, did you have any female clients, or do you have advice for, mother-daughters or father-daughters?
Do you want to take that? Good.
To be honest, I will take a female client only under special circumstances, in that if she is a person who has struggled with lesbianism, it's probably not going to be the safest place to start working with me. So I'm going to be referring her to a female. And then at some point, if she wants to come back and speak to me, I will do it that way. David, do you?
Yeah, I'm very similar. I've got so many, I'm overbooked every week of the year. So I've got my hands full already with men and boys. So there's not a lot of room to take on women or girls. But I will do so if it's possible. And it looks many times like what Mike said as well. I've referred a lot of female clients to a therapist that I've trained. So I've got high confidence in the female therapist. The reason why, I don't know about Mike, but the reason why also that this situation exists is because many times the risk is that therapist as a male represents, even unconsciously, which is too difficult at first, that male who abused them in childhood. And they feel more confident at first, or more safe with a woman therapist. But the processes look very much the same in principle if I am working with them.
I think if you have the opportunity to, as a male, to speak to a female, that's possibly a very positive thing. It can be something that you can be present in that woman's life. She can come back to you at different times in her journey if she would like to, but that's the way I would go. But conversely, David, what do you think about women counselors working with men?
I may be a little bit biased on that. I really think that male clients, depending on what degree the trauma is and the unfulfilled needs, I really think at first, almost always, they need a male therapist, because in that male's experience in session, you are unconsciously the father figure, and they need so much approval from another man. Not that you have a personal relationship with them at all, it's professional, but it can also be fueled with deep compassion and a lot of things to affirm that client. I think they're going to progress much faster and better when they have a male therapist. There are exceptions to that. Some boys and men come in and their issues seem to be mainly around their mother issues. We haven't talked about that yet. That's a whole other discussion. But in that case, it might be good for a woman therapist so that that person can project and deal with their issues around mother and women, therefore.
I'd have to say I agree that generally I would make sure that a male client has an opportunity to speak to a male. And very often it's not going to be easy for that male client to come to a male counselor. Sometimes it's easier for him to go to a woman because he feels more confident and more reassured, and he experiences more affirmation from a woman. But I'm not sure that that is sustainable through the whole process.
Right.
He's at some point he's got to have that affirmation, and it can well begin, I think, with a counselor or therapist.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for a little bit on women still. Okay, we all know that there's plenty of people, a growing number of women or girls who are dealing with lesbianism or transgenderism. I just want to speak because there's so many women here, and I want to honor that. And if you're a counselor and you have a girl who's dealing with lesbianism, then in my view, at least, you can be certain that you are going to be, at least unconsciously, a mother figure, whether you like it or not. And that girl or that woman is going to project or displace her mother issues onto her. And she very likely, probably almost 100% of the time, will be working out some very deep issues about being unfulfilled with the love of a mother. You know better than I, because I'm not a woman, so you know better than I what the value of the feminine is, the value of what happens and how deep and how, well, wonderful and healing a mother's love can be. You're never going to be her mother. That's where healthy boundaries come in. But there are aspects of how you can help your female client if you will affirm her, that you will provide a safe nesting place for the feminine to work through her traumas and to thrive. So you are very important as a woman therapist to really help these women who are dealing with lesbians. I mean, let's face it, little girl, adolescent girls or grown women who are experiencing lesbianism, they're looking for their mommies that somehow weren't there for them through death or their own issues or chaos in the family. It's the same thing with boys. There's not I know this may be controversial for some people, but I don't believe there's a homosexual in the world today who is not ultimately, unconsciously looking for their daddies, because they never really had what that feels like. So to remember that as therapists, you'll go far as a therapist and will be very successful if you will know what the foundation issues are out of which everything else springs.
I'm afraid our time is up.
What? Already?
But this has been very informative, and I'm sure I'm talking in the name of everyone here. So thank you for this enlightening presentation, and thank you for your courage, because you are existing and working in a world where the hegemonic discourse, where the hegemonic institutions are against you, unlike here in Turkey. So thank you for your courage as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evet, konuklarımıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Gerçekten çok güzel yardımda bulundu.
That was very informative. Thank you very much. Even being online, we would like to have it again. Thanks. Dear guests, we are continuing our program. We are inviting Professor Dr. Murat Coşkun here. You seem too young, sir. Good morning. Hello, everyone. I saw. Okay. Good morning, all. Sometimes this kind of confusion happens. It is not surprising that female attendees are more in such organizations. What we come, sexual dysphoria is not something that we come face often in children. If there are people who are facing it more often, can share their knowledge, but when they see such cases, they immediately send them to me. It may be kind of hard to say something from my experiences of such children because I don't have much cases about, but the cases I have are increasing, but I'm not sure if really reflects the increasement in the society. I would like to emphasize some main concept here. A child is born into a genetic anatomic sex, and there are controversies between the birth sex and the sex he or she wants to be. The applications used on these kind of children are in media now, and DSM says that if the child is saying explicitly that they want to be the opposite sex, it is an important indicator. Sexual dysphoria is usually shows this kind of behaviors. In our clinical experiences, this type of behaviors occur between 2 to 5 years. They start speaking about their sexual dysphoria. They say that they don't like their toys, their clothing. Sexual dysphoria, which is explicitly saying that they want to be the opposite sex, is important because when they say that at the younger age, it is easier to treat them. Probably in childhood, boys represent this type of behaviors more frequently than the girls. The more discussion goes on the subject, which I also experience in my clinic, it shows no difference in terms of the context, but it shows some difference in terms of the frequency. Sometimes child says, I used to feel such things, but I never expressed it. But sometimes family has no clue about it. They just face it when the child becomes an adolescent. Especially such cases, social media, internet gains a little importance, in my opinion. And reflection of these internet environment on my cases could be debatable, especially risky young people who I intend to say that. Those who doesn't have secure attachments, those who have spiritual and mental problems, those who have unmet emotions, and those who use internet and social media too much, kind of addiction. If you are in such a group like LGBT, they tend to name and label these kind of children as transgender. For example, looking at a young lady, if a family just examines, investigates whatever this young lady searches through internet, the girl, let's say, does not like her breasts or her gender or some parts of her body. When we examine her internet history, we come across to that she was searching about breasts because she is restless with her breasts. So problem here is that she doesn't want to become a man or a male person. She is just uncomfortable with her body or shape or parts of her body. So we have to detect the problem very specifically here. And the treatment goes along. What happens to children with sexual dysphoria in the future? This is one of the main sources of modern psychology. Here it says, in individuals assigned male at birth, studies from North America and the Netherlands found persistence ranged from 2% to 39%. In individuals assigned female at birth, persistence ranged from 12% to 50%. Persistence of gender dysphoria is modestly correlated with dimensional measures of severity ascertained at the time of a childhood baseline assessment. Early social transition may also be a factor in persistence of gender dysphoria in adolescence. Even these people are let alone themselves. This dysphoria does not continue. Let's say a boy would like to get rid of his penis or testicles, or if it is a girl, they would like to get rid of their breasts and have surgical operations. If we just don't do that and wait long enough, their dysphoria may fade away. Because here, in the era, today's era of forcing power of LGBT, this is against child's right. You just cannot do whatever a child wants. It is actually against their rights because they force the children to have social transition. We are in this profession, and most of the children in this category, the first element should be that don't harm them first. And then, since we skip these operational surgical incisures, then and let them be, this dysphoria may disappear in them. So here again, in Turkey, it is increasing. How the persistence and how persistence is increasing. In individuals assigned male at birth, studies from North America and the Netherlands is found persistence ranged from 2 to 39. And early social transition may also be a factor in persistence of gender dysphoria in adolescence. We should evaluate that is this dysphoria is what comes from his or her inner emotions, or is it from the outer world? So, persistence of gender dysphoria is modestly correlated with dimensional measures of severity ascertained at the time of a childhood baseline assessment. Sometimes a child comes to me at 13 years of age, they cry their eyes out, and after several sessions, they present almost nothing. In the values of society we are in, sometimes we just have to deal with some problems. Actually, since I can say that, actually, it may not be my own cup of tea, but because of the societal values, sometimes I have to deal with such cases. What is social transition? Early social transition is a risk factor of gender dysphoria in adolescence. Gender dysphoria still is a mental disease in DSM. What social transition applied on children, they just increase the problem, actually. If you take a boy and label him as a girl and clothe him with girly clothing, you just prolong and make the situation persistent. Your intervention increases the persistent rates. You cannot call this treatment because it enhances the problem. Social transition, especially in last 10 years, is not occurred because of a social because of its scientific researches. It seems like it does not depend on scientific researches and the conclusion of the researches. I ask people that just think of your own child. If you have a child with gender dysphoria, how would you like him or her to be at the end? First, they may say that this gender dysphoria may continue. What that means is when they come at 15, they will start some operations in order to change their sex. On top of these mental issues, there will be also operational matters. If you let them as they are, in future, there is a high opportunity for them to get rid of these feelings or wishes. But if we label them before this will to change sex fades, so if we just start operations, then it is irreversible. So, the first type of intervention, I believe, is against childhood rights, because you make it irreversible to get rid of that emotion or change their mind to be an impossible position. Gender and other type of families may want gender dysphoria to disappear. I am not considering this gender dysphoria from a moral point of view. I am talking here as a medical doctor. I am thinking on it. I'm thinking that this boy had mental problems, gender dysphoria, and you cut his penis, you cut his testicles, and then what will happen to him in the future? In the second scenario, this dysphoria will fade away, and he will not want to change his sex in the future. According to some people, children who has gender dysphoria is potential, actually not potential, the actual transgender person. Social transition is done in early childhood. They are given hormones to prevent adolescence. Dysphoria may increase during adolescence, but in order to prevent the increasement, lately in America, they say that it is not safe or trustable giving hormones to these children. There are some new voices expressing this. And especially in Europe and America, even in 13 or 14 years of age, they can do some interventions with the body of the child, and they give them hormone treatment. Why cannot we say this as a treatment, define this as a treatment, because this is not treatment, because we are perceiving these children as transgenders to be. So at the first you made the decision and you are trying to take this child from here to that point. This is not a treatment, this is forcing them. This is compulsion. What you do is one-way ticket. You're just directing them towards being a transgender. Today we have guests. They really mentioned the thing that I can speak here easily, but we cannot do that. This is in America, in Europe. They pay high prices. Actually, they get fined for such speeches. There are compulsion at this point. Even in many areas of medicine, we have researches, we have some way of treatment going on, but you can come up with a new treatments. You can do these, but you cannot make things compulsory.
Onların bilim adına yaptığı bir fetişizm olmuş oluyor. Aslında bilimin kendisinin böyle bir değer yargısı.
The science doesn't have that kind of idea. If you let the boy on its own, then 70% fails. Some people, unfortunately, just saying things under the name of science, but it is not. In psychiatry and medical sciences, although it's not valid anything, which I shouldn't be actually saying here, they're forceful approach into these issues about children. If you want to do something different with these kids, you need to ask for permission, even to study. And each stages of study that you have difficulties, you put into. So psychiatry is not actually foreign to these kind of works, but in our case, this is how they're approaching into this. Well, in Europe and Western countries, what dominates, the idea that dominates is where you can actually figure out what you see, all this finalization of things. These things are risking a population's gender identity. There is a really faulty basis for children to have a good sexual identity for definition of it. Safe connection is one of those problems, and parents are not able to watching their children is another issue, and social, cultural problems as well in Western culture. All these we can talk about many hours about the needs for terms. When adolescents look at these terms, I'm just speeding up a little bit. I'm just asking for a couple more minutes. In this faulty base, with the approach of Western's identification of this situation, these treatments, two things happens. First, there's going to be transgender numbers will be increasing, and transition cases will be really problematic because you rush into changing their sexual identity, because they might actually regret in the future. the parents, especially when we talk about parents, it could be maybe not right to say when they have sexual dysphoria, they might have depression, let's say suicidal thoughts, but when they're transgender adolescents, they might actually have the same problem within themselves, although they're bigger and older. It's not depression and her trying to harm himself. There are so many psychological problems like drinking problems, young deaths, and all kinds of these habits affected at these children. These studies have their own conclusions as well. When it looks like all these surgeries are helping to solve their problem with the identity, but within a time, of course, that there's going to be some changes. Do we have a transphobia in our country? 5 years old, labeling 5 years old kid and not want to take their sexual organs away from him. So if you don't desire for 5 years old to become a transgender, do you become a homophobic or transphobic? If you look at the murders in Gaza, what do they say? They say we're anti-Semitic. You cannot actually mention the killings and deaths in this country. So it is really hard to express all the bad things that has been done in the world. Just like in this case, these individuals, to me, I just have compassion for these children and people, but I am against these people that force these children to have identity change in the really small age, and I don't. Well, and they're calling us like transphobic, which I understand. Well, we have to analyze people who criticize these things. We don't have phobia through these things. It's just we're trying to talk about our analysis. So most of these children who have feelings and thoughts at this small age, it's not actually, it doesn't mean they're the nominee for transgender, but they also require and request this type of operations. They should be taken away from probably professionals who forces these people, these little children. You cannot actually put the same cases 5 years old with 25 years old. A child at 5 years old is not same as 25 years old. And doing bodily operations and changes before the 18 years old, I think it should be maybe banned. Our criteria in our country should be like this. We should, first of all, not to harm when they're already existently carrying the problem with mental issues. We shouldn't actually add on to it with these body problems as well, because they're gonna, if they change their mind when they get to some age, it's gonna be really different for them to go back to what they want to. When you ask children, they think it's like changing their some minor facial features, like operating aesthetically your nose. They kind of put this into the same category. Children really doesn't understand what this is. So we need to actually inform family about psychosociological effects of these implementations. This is what I connote on this subject. I don't actually do that kind of therapy. I consider that as not a therapy, what I do. I'm just helping them. I'm not actually very academically so much focused on this subject, but from now on, I will hold on to this issue and work more on academically, because most of the people who are into these studies seems like labeled as marginals. Thank you very much. Dear Murat teacher, thank you very much.
Eklemeniz harikaydı. Murat
Your examples were good. Your definitions of transphobia and relating that to Gaza was good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me remind again, here in Turkey and in the worldwide, we are on live. Some have messaged us that Gaza's children are as our children, and I salute them. As saying salute, some poetry came to my mind. Let me say that. All the fathers who feel all the burden of life on their shoulders, those who put their forehead for prayers 5 times a day. Hello to those who whispers prayers for people. There are Islamic symbolizations and peoples used in the poetry. And there are references of our national wars, to our national wars. In the poetry, there are mentioned some of our war heroes in our national history. Bıçak altındaki İsmail'ler, ateşçindeki İbrahim'ler, kuyudaki Yusuf'lar, mağaradaki Muhammediler, şu ilerideki kimsesiz mabet, şu gerideki ıssız gümbet ve bugün inleyen Gazze, Filistin, unutma hepsi. Some of religious values and symbols are mentioned in the poetry. Emanete hakkıyla sahip çıkanlardan eylesin inşallah hepimizi diyoruz. Ve şimdi de Sayın Here, I would like to invite Dr. Fatih Şimşek on the stage with your applauses.
Valuable guests and listeners and my teachers. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk in front of you. And Chaco President and Committee, thank you very much. I have been through some tough times as a humanity. We will be more on to hard work and get over these things. I like to mention that. Some of students comes and tell me, what can we do? I say, we do what we do best, and we study and we learn, and how can help the society and people. I hope to make some achievement. As a Chakop, last year in Rize, in Ministry of Religious, there was a meeting. In the last meeting, Chakop's aim was to create awareness in society. We had some difficulties in our communications, but we are now in much better level. We made the first steps. In next decades, I think these are going to be foundations and basis of. So I'm just gonna go over how that it does go between clinical criteria in social level and individuals. I'd like to talk about sexual identity. A person should have a sexual identity. As we know, World Health Organization describes first thing that we memorized, a person physically, mentally, and socially well-being. And personal wellness has been described as physically, mentally, and socially. As a trans person, let me talk about biological definition of it. If you go back to trans woman, are they going to be able to protect and carry on with their mental, physical, and social well-being? There's woman and man identities that there's obsessions they need to be free from, and there's addictions as well kind of lean into this title. This is a lot of things that we need to control in here. Let me mention this thing. Under age of 18, most of the clients have similarities with small distinctions in between them. This can be noticed through the age gap. In the symposium, which has been mentioned in physically, mentally, and sociologically, and in terminologically, a person becomes a biological man or woman. And where they're going, the changing they're going through, will consider as trans. Is it? If we shouldn't confuse these with abnormality in birth, like hermaphrodites or some disease. We should not actually link it with, let's say, link these things with a woman without, they don't have womb, or a boy born without testicles, or have some hormonal problems or organal lacking organs. We have to make the distinctions from these trans people from the other one. When we looked at it, there's some reasons for this to happening. There's unstable emotional states happening in these unfulfilled desires, pleasures. I mean, it creates an anxiety. uncontrolled hormonal use, they cannot get off of the place where they think they belong into, just like people who drink, because they kind of try to find what they lack in family, try to find in socially. There it starts same with the hormones, without prescription hormones, hearing that some people use it at this level or the other ones like that. İkinci secondary male character, and they might have operations to change their voice. They become very aggressive. They've been using very aggressive surgeries, which they call neovagina, like having the vagina plastically changing and aesthetically changing into male organ. The second thing that I disagree is giving this decision look like a very natural something to do. Like smoking habit is, I think it's like smoke or drinking looks like much more worst thing to do according to changing their sexual orientation. When we talk to these people who does these surgeries, they used to use the term changing gender, but right now it's more like affirming the gender. So it's like someone who born with the wrong gender, and it is fixed to what it's supposed to be, kind of thing. It's like somebody was born in wrong identity, and now it's like they're helping them other. These are where you see in behind graphics the operations, like in woman face and operations, aesthetic operations. These are for surgical interventions. It is easier to take off the organ from a person than attaching one into them. As our teacher said, what they require, what the patient require from you, you need to do whatever they want to do. Once you take the womb out of there, gallbladder out, and taking it out, as well taking the wound out, is not very complicated compared to recreating an organ. Genital plasty is called work to make a man. Between 10 to 6 days in the hospitalization, duration of the hospital, they have urinary flow problems in women around 23.9. I'm going to talk about the men's as well in the next slide. One-third of these patients in future, they we reoperate them because that's what they require. Trans men, a woman who turns into a man, a biological woman, they take their breast out, they take their wound out and give hormone, and there's an oophorectomy where they take the eggs out. And the last part is neophallus, is the recreating the penis. Let me give course information on this issue. You might take some kind of parts from, let's say, could be sometimes the forearm and the main vein that feeds the tissues. So they turn it into kind of look like penis and then attach it. And it takes 3-4 times of operation to be able to shape it accordingly to what they wanted to. Women's urethra is shorter, of course. So complications are less. The man's urethra is actually longer, about 22, 23 centimeters, around 8 inches. There's another magazine about scientific. It tells that 50% of these patients have the risk of dying. Are they happy with their lives? Let me just summarize one sentence. If you look at it in a psychiatrical way in our country, it's actually there are legislations in our country, but it's like there is a river flow, and just we're like looking at it from outside, not to looking at the source of it where it starts. Like depressions in 1 to 3% in society, it goes up to 50% in these kind of people. What do we think about community health when we say transgenderism? We have 2 out of 1,000 kind of ratio that has been changed in between different societies, social and physical. They have increased ratio of having sexual intercourse in very, very high levels, up to 50%. And the physical trauma, the extreme physical act for pleasure, and we can see there are abusement in materials such as drugs. We must mention and inform our clients, is it a neutral or a normal process? This everything is set up on top of that. There is no problem. There is no problem with these all things happening around because of some of the lobbies and websites and phone application and people like scientists that they are not sensitive to this situation, and they just jump into this happening, and they kind of own the idea of in this transgender issue because they feel more powered in our world. If you pass 2 minutes more, they will close our microphones, but for them, they've been given all the times that they want to in our meetings. If you have less than 5 partners, the ratio of this is just 1% in this group of people. Rest of their life, I mean, so 5 partner is considered as kind of standard. They don't even know most of the time they have what kind of infections or how spreading disease it is. So there's self-partner and society becomes at risk, and these are some percentages of habits and exaggerated dangerous behaviors. Like one of them is like oral, anal intercourse, rimming, fisting, breathing that could actually uh, cause death sometimes. Our urethra is actually urinary tract flora is sterile, but not the rectal flora. It's polymicrobial, and the reset trauma in rectums, in intestines or genital area like hemorrhoids and fixtures. These are the damages happens in these people. Also, there's oral intercourse risks like HIV, low risk of HIV in oral intercourse, but high risk of other sexually transmitted disease like HSV, HPV, like herpes. It's it could actually they might create cancer in this if it's in the woman's genital area. HIV, there could be preventative numbers, and the human there's 18,000 people, maybe 20,000 people have HIV, and 2,000 of them is AIDS. Especially our teachers would know that AIDS can be cured, or it could be prevent for it to transmit to other people. You might have some medical developments in this era. It could be minimalized, but we still have to look at it in protective way. Our teacher also mentioned about some cases. There are people who are very happy about their new sexual operations. There's some detailed numbers in this background. HIV positive between 0. We see the numbers of how many partners they have. Some of them goes up to 100. Usually around 50 people, these HIV people had contained or have been interacted with. Sexual safety is important. All sexual intercourse must be done under protection. Well, in conclusion, a personal and social public health problem where we say there could be a patient group where we need to actually fight with certain lobbies in psychologically or academically, scientifically, and as well medically, like these aesthetic operations. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Değerli konuklar,
Dear guests, we thank a lot to Mr. Fatih. We have 5-minute breaks now.
Murat hocamızı, Fatih hocamızı küçük bir hediyemiz vardır.
We are going to present some gifts to our speakers.
Alkışlarınızla huzurlarınıza davet ediyorum. Ve yine Profesör Doktor Ekrem Algün hocamız şu anda hazırlanıyor. Onu alacağız. Sayın Profesör Doktor Zeki Bayraktar hocamızı da alkışlarınızla huzurlarınıza davet ediyorum. Buyurun efendim.
Fark etmez. Hani devamı böyle gelir diye düşündüm.
Zeki Hocam hoş geldiniz.
Hocamız hazır mı? Evet. Herkese merhabalar. Tekrardan hoş geldiniz. Bildiğiniz üzere
Welcome back again. As you know from yesterday, we had to leave the session kind of early, so we have been kind of delaying 1.5 hours from the original time period, so we have to cut off some of the our speakers today. Today's concept is malpractice. There is a legislative relationship between patient and the hospitals. There is some kind of treatment contract between hospitals and patients, and there are debates about what kind of relationships and in these enactments. Each situation, there are different approaches into these kind of patients. Like, imagine a contract between a patient and a doctor, that a patient who is actually not logically very valid. In law terms, there are some legislative problems under the name of law. What kind of lawmakers, or where are you gonna go and today's subject is about how can you delegate yourself in these law firms and science. Well, you need to actually get help from scientific community. But yesterday we talked about these issues under the name of philosophical aspect of it, and it looks like it's a medical. It's been given to us. All these acts has been given to us as if they were law, but instead they are actually philosophical issues. I'll just give the microphone to my teacher. Once we start, we have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. We are having difficulties hearing clearly right now. These debates are very useful. I'm sorry that I could not be there. I'm looking at the medical perspective of this event. People who are interested in these issues may be needed to be informed. How does a regular body operate? I will talk about that. And I will talk about the pathologics of these results. there are I can just go through little fast on this thing. So we talk about the hormones. For men is testosterone and women is estrogen. You kind of look at it in the first see what you see. But both of these hormones are important for both sex. In many functions, the estrogen is needed for women, but for bone density, it is also useful in men. And in women, they have some testosterone that is actually helping them out. It's more related with libido. You might probably know about these kind of things. If you look at it, if you have kind of chubbier women are more into men because it's because of their hormonal values. I will especially talk about these things in hormone speech. This network of hormones need to be evaluated in terms of a network. There's a physiological aspect of it, of the body. How do our body continue? Being alive is one of these function, and eating is one another important aspect of it in hormones. They're like, don't eat almost 21 days, nothing after these surgeries. And when they are in old adolescent age, when they take female hormone, they don't eat about like 21 days. The hormones are actually designed to continue of humankind. We are having a difficulty hearing because there's echo right now in the we are having hard time hearing our teacher. Can you please talk through a microphone that attached to earphone, because we cannot really understand you. Maybe can you come close to the your computer, please? Right now, is it better? Kind of. Yes. Hormones are very important for us to be able to live. When we say aging process is pretty much related with hormones, and selecting partners are also related with hormones. It is a process, great, amazing process. Because we don't have much time, I'm not going to get deep into the situation. Let's say, how did this woman married with the other woman, a man, or this man married with this woman? Well, hormones come to frame when you determine your partner. It is the it's the must for the continuation of humankind, for generation to appear, next generations to create themselves. I have a rooster in my village. He doesn't eat when he finds it. The rooster actually gives it to the chickens. What happened to this chicken? And this rooster dies after 15 days because hormone levels got to very minimum levels. That's what happens at the later stages of life. They could have some bone issues, and you might see some other characteristics. If you playing around with some biological organisms, hormones, you are affecting so much things. If you have less testosterone, that makes you kind of get old quicker. Even this psychological problem, sometimes we can say that related with these hormonal states. Sometimes implementing such hormones into patients, instead of curing them, it actually harms them. People who are even related and in this kind of scientific issues, they're not even so much aware of these things. Sometimes when women has it, testosterone, they might have higher sexual desires like libido. In transsexual people, or to correct it, there's a test with one. There's a woman with one testicle, let's say, still considered as woman. So endocrines create lots of problems in final. They're breaking their identity. When they convert their sexual identity in the ages of 12 and 13, we actually first time meet with our gender and hormones in the mother's womb. Then secondary sexual characters develop. You need to make very serious changes. Although I am not going to be able to listen to our friends here right now. Unfortunately, right now, transfer cannot be done due to technical difficulties right now, but I'm going to try to. So many patients' problems. At the end of it, you might need to have medical operation. There are lots of medication that can be adapted to these patients, and it is really hard to access these medication. There is no detailed medical data. Usually people comes to us who knows the detailed information, usually comes from like jails and prison people. So I like to confess that the people that I've been interacting with, which I don't right now admit it so much, they have more knowledge than I do how to use those medications, especially those ones who doesn't have great income. They try to use different ones. Some wealthy ones are using different medications that they supply to themselves on their own. We see the toxic depression due to usage of these drugs after using a couple of times without recycling into this hormonal therapy. These kind of patients, they might not have normal approach into consideration. They don't take it into consideration. And bone and muscle structure, where this hormone changes makes the pretty much effect, especially from male to female. They kind of increase these hormones in their body with some mechanical. There is something that doesn't change in women or in transsexuals, the voice. There could be done with a certain surgical operations. When you play with hormones, we have really short time, so I'm going to be fast. The disease increases in these people. You can't function in a normal physiological levels. Very importantly, if you try to normalize the estrogen, where you see oestrophos is seen in these patients, there's a great risk under the name of oestrophos. In adolescents, there are more things like binge eating or eating disorders. Most of them, transsexual women, the man who wants to turn to woman, most of the times when the medication is not enough for them, or vice versa, it could be maybe easier. But in both groups, we can see very high rates of getting breast cancer, less of prostate cancer. Teacher, we have 2 minutes left. So after doing these things, they want to go back to their own original identities, sexual identities. Seriously, they have complications, operational complications. The first stages of actively may cause pregnancy. Usually when women get to a certain age, they go to menopause. If you keep taking these hormones, you will start having cardiological diseases. So you decide when you start your menopause. Estrogen creates androgen, and you will have difficulties in your bone density. Kind of things are some highlights that I can mention here. I think our time. There, Ekrem, teacher, do you hear me? We had been warned that last 2 minutes, it's been said. I think you weren't able to hear it. Is it possible? In this kind of cases, testosterone therapy, sometimes while trying to put the certain functions in a correct way, but you are losing some other important things in the body. In endocrinology, the simplest hormonal cures are with the thyroid. In this case, the sex that you are converting yourself into is gonna have some physiological effects, the deformation, and you have to deal with pathological consequences of this treatment. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to take questions. If you have any kind of questions, I will. If you can give my WhatsApp number, I will answer it. Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much for Mr. Ekrem. If we'll have time, we'll go with Q&As. Let me go through Ms. Ebru, where she has 15 minutes of her speaking. Yes. First of all, everyone whom are here and watching us online, thank you very much. Welcome. What I want to really share with you is technically very detailed, and it's pretty much speculated because of our time is very short. So as well, I like to make sense. So I'm just gonna give our aim is here to talk about the scientific clarity. We would like to mention genetic and epigenetic. There is no evidence for the third sex, the human genome project in 2003. In persons and humans genetic map, we couldn't define or notice the third gender. There's a very complex and dynamic things that interacts with biological and social factors. And there are variations for genetic in a genetic way, inheritable, but there's no evidence on this as well. Genes by it themselves doesn't really actually make the change in people, but it has some kind of effects, creating proteins that changes some of your protein. All the studies has been done for 20 years. There are genes that found, but they weren't like really meaningful, and needs to do more research on this. They need to be confirmed, and it needs to be more research done on these things. All small genes are going to be really hard to define if it is psychological or not. low gene penetration is very speculative, and research are expected to improve itself within time. Right now, gene and DNA reality, I'd like to give a couple of examples. Every human being has 23 from mother and 22 from mother has 46 chromosomes. And chromosomes are microscopically, they're bent just like stairs. They're attached to each other. And gene is a short piece of DNA at specific location. There are particularly chromosomes on each chromosome. There are 3 billions and 25,000, between 20 to 25,000 genes in human DNA. It is simply wrong that genes control human traits in a deterministic and autonomous way. The gene is biochemical. It gives the function and instructions to create protein production. Genes are therefore not for sexual preferences. There has been a study around 500,000 people, and which resulted in these DNA materials were not the genes that you choose your partner, but more of things that need to be considered is social factors and personal experiences. In this study involved 22 giant centers, dozens of scientists from Europe, Australia, and USA studied the genetic data from 477,500 people analyzed, and their orientations of these sexual orientations of these individuals was questioned, and found that there was no such genes for homosexual genes. So these firms were, I'm repeating it, in only a few of people that you were able to find homosexual variations, and it is very low percentage. There twin studies has been made as well in 1991 from Billard and Pillard. Identical twins, both of them had 22%, and fraternal twins was 22%. These twin studies were pulled into very speculative environment. Berman and Bergman, in their scientific study, arrived at much lower incidence, 7.7%. However, Mani, a medical doctor, narrated the case of twins with a narrative that did not reflect the reality, with long descriptions under the name of scientificity. Rapidly in literature, feminist literature, the book spreaded unrealistic case of this scientific have been cited as evidence, but in social sciences it has been regarded as one of the most important book. But New York Times announced that in their front page that the case did not reflect the truth. It wasn't reflecting the truth. Epigenetics surface relatively new science in epigenetic has clearly demonstrated that physical and physiological environments can turn certain genes on and off. One of the most important thing is about epigenetics today I like to transfer to you. Epigenetic is that doesn't change the gene, but it can be transferred to next generational changes. This is called epigenome. It's related with sickness, loneliness, all these genes and environmental genes. They can be turned on and off with epigenetic. There is an important detail. Life choices affect the epigenetics, mark your DNA in a way that genes to express themselves strongly or weak. Because people are open to social changes, so does the epigenetics of them. It's the quantum of genetic, how to treat the child at the young age until early adolescence. The things he can be genetically present in developing soul of the child, we could call them as epigenetics. Actually, it is not innate. It is more like addiction issue. If you continue to keep teaching these, train these genes, it can be inherited to next generations. If blocked, then it will not be transferred to next genes. It is planned in the creation of human creation. If you are willing to change socially, then your epigenetics are available to those kind of changes as well. Tendency towards epigenetic, I like to underline this mechanism. Genetic doesn't relate or correlate with the homosexualism in world science literature. When I give educations to people, they have some sort of confusion in the sexual terms, although they haven't learned from me. It is important to note that and keep that in mind, that there is no certain definitive gene to resembling that homosexuality exists in the gene. So these kind of sayings are actually for more like manipulated sayings. Because they have these struggles in between them in epigenetic conformations. Wild children syndrome, they're like 60%. Mom and dad are alcoholic. The woman, the kid has been abused emotionally and raised with dogs in the garden. When that person gets older, they notice that the woman, the kid actually acting like dogs out there where she was raised with. All kinds of her fulfillments were kind of, seems like this epigenome was created through these wild dogs, like the way they eat, the way she communicates. She was able to speak when she's 22 years old. So this actually, after this child was born, she developed ability to learn. This shows us that epigenetic mechanism can be slightly improved. So when some families that they don't have boys and if the last child born as a girl, they name her, they give him a girl name. So when they grow up, when they become mature, child doesn't want to change their gender, actually. Last 2 minutes right now. Let me talk about digital influence in all over the world. We think of digital sphere, we think of international media. When we look at our own cases and formation on epigenetics in digital effects, it's going to be kind of off the context when we say digital era epigenetically. The media has been under the influence and domination of Western imperialist powers. One of those great world-famous digital media platforms aims for profit, especially these series and films in the global ideology as the elements of consumption. Digital platforms rapidly increase and it affects our sexual orientation and pathologically. And there's a speculation within our youth, they kind of break away from their reality because it has been served to them within these media. Another issue is allowing same-sex marriages and all the rights that same-sex couple has been marginalized. Time to time, we may not notice what is going on and where these issues become normalized, especially the tools they use to normalize these things is through the use of social media and digital environment. We should control the time that we spend on social media and internet. These kind of acts should be determined not only through family, but as well the government and other platforms. So we have to have awareness. Thank you very much. One more 30 seconds, please. I want to actually say in the beginning of my conversation that Gaza is burning. We are in agony, pain. I like to say that I want to say that my prayers are for them. I ask my God, not the bombs that there will be under the raining on Gaza, but the compassion, passion I wish for. Thank you very much for our her conversation. She has explained us in a very basic way. Our teacher Zeki is going to be talking. Well, maybe we need to cut off a little bit of this. So he will be talking about 22 minutes. I was gonna say 22.5, but I didn't. Well, thank you, dear President and all guests. My respects to you. All the speakers here mentioned there is a very different war, very asymmetrical war. It's a massacre, just like those other speakers have been talking. I kind of agree with their feelings. We have another war on this issue. My presentation is what kind of malpractices, iatrogenic damages in transgender individuals. There hasn't been any kind of there hasn't been that much damage in any other phases of treatments as much as that there are in transgender people. Let me put the evidences here. Right now, I have some disturbing images that's going to keep you awake. Unfortunately, I will not be able to explain it, so I like to warn you about this. Maybe it will wake you up a little bit. Why is transgender surgery being done? Is there a genetical problem with them? Do they have physical anomalies, physical disorders, or anomaly, or hormonal? No. There are no any hormonal defects. Why do we operate them? Why do we take their penises and testicles? Why do we do these irreversible operations? Maybe as a habit, it's called gender can not be changed with surgery or hormones. Once you do transsexual surgery, that it will not change the actual sex. Why do I use this saying? Because as a man, I can take one man's penis and testicles in half an hour without operation. Then that means I will cancel his production capability, but I will not be able to make them woman. While there is a so-called vagina that it can be done. Let me show you how is that vagina is. These individuals genetically, if they don't have any genetical problems or health problems, why do we do it? There's a psychiatrist, there's a magazine. Because of all the problems that they're having psychologically within their original identity, sexual identity. So you don't need to be a medical expert on this. You'll see there's some stupidness in here. Let me tell you about how to cure. Do we cure their mental problems? There is not a single study that, even if you cut from somewhere and just try to show it here, after the surgery their problems are fixed. There's nothing like that. All those works and studies points that their psychological problems will continue throughout their lifelong. It could probably perhaps help them in certain areas for some time, but it is lacking lots of important things for them and causing damage. This is the biggest. This is the Swedish cohort in 2011 was made. This country was the first accepting and legalizing transsexualism. This country was one of the leading country that leads in these cases. Let's see what they come up. What do we come up from this summary of this? Transsexual individuals have significantly higher risk of mortality, suicidal behaviors, illnesses, reassignment, other gender reassignment than general population. Our findings suggest that although gender reassignment may elevate dysphoria, but it may be sufficient in the treatment of transsexualism. So what does this Denmark study? Some transsexual operation could eliminate some of the problems, but within time, but it increase them in other ways. Is it finished? No, not really. We're gonna give you some more details. I'm gonna show you some pictures and things that is gonna lower their life choices. It looks kind of easy when you think about when you cut off all these genitals and put up some new organs, but nobody notices about the complications and the results of these. One of my patients says, nobody told me I will be walking around with the smell of urine rest of my life. This is in Denmark. After transsexual operations, 2/3 of people has no sexual life. Those who have sexual partners, they have very painful intercourse and sexual life. And that when you see these kind of people, that you shouldn't actually make surgeries for these people. Life expectancy in transgender people is shortened by like 25 to 28 years with surgery. There's in Denmark. In Denmark it's 81.2 for men, the life expectancy, and 78 for males, but transgenders is like 53. That means there is a shorten of years of life expectancy up to 25 to 28. Because they're using hormones. Like a woman starts using testosterone, man uses estrogen. There are cancers that these hormones causes. With these operations, there are psychological outcomes of this and physical outcomes of this, and between 25 to 28 years that it takes from your life. There are no cancer that's taking your life expectancy in such way. Most of the cancer patients are curable. We are hurting these people as a scientist, doctors, and psychiatrists. Their quality of life and they have changes, and they have problem with urinary problems. They say we do really good operation. Yeah, they do good operation, but the patient is always knocking on the doors of these doctors because they don't live the life as they have to live the life. So these problems are not actually solved, but new ones added on top of it. Teacher Murat also mentioned this premium non-sere of our promise in psychiatry, and this has been broken. Let me tell you, from man to woman, woman to man, let's say, want to turn to what kind of complication? Let's say from man to female, we take the man genital away, but we can't make him female. In this surgery, the main principles is we take the testes all together and we cut off and carve the channel for urethra, and we break this area. We took the genital away and canceled their manhood, and so say that there is a hole that we make like this and turn the penis skin inside out and place it back into the place. It looks like a vagina created, but it is not a vagina. This vagina is much more different than this. It's very active organ. This is vagina. This is natural vagina. It's active and living organ, stretching. It has all those sensitivity, rich in network, natural network, lactic acid and acidic structure is from around 3 point or 4%, which to protect themselves from disease and aphrodisiac hormones that's created here. But in neo-vagina we don't have these things. Yeah, you have some sort of a hole, or it thinks about this as some kind of wound and try to close it up. So when you are placing this into a very strong person's body, that's why it is always closing down. For it to not to close, where we see these things for dilation on the graphic, they have to do dilatation daily 3-4 times, and there are explanations on these things, and these are very painful procedures, especially at early stages. Mandatory dilation at home and work. 2/3 of these cases, they will not be able to have a sexual relationship, and it's very painful even if they do have it. Let's say we took the penis and turned it into vagina. Let's see. Later years, there's a new information in late 15 years about clitoris. This has been published in a book. Most of the medical people doctors doesn't even know. Where you see the arousal places of this clitoris, it is just not a small organ as we see outside. When woman has that erectile organ, it is almost same as the male organ. Vaginal intercourse is actually clitoral connectedness with through neo-vagina is not the same thing. Never ever the same vagina. I like to underline this because they really value their sexual life, but they don't really have a good sexual life and lots of urinary problems. Let me go really fast about these patients. There's 32% in change in urinary function, and these are meta-analysis of tens of studies. Urine incontinence is 19%. Fistures. We say the fissure and go, don't even take out. The stenosis means it's like it takes too long time for them to do their urine, like maybe takes half an hour, or the other case they cannot hold it. Because of that, most of these people's living quality drops in a very dramatic way. If there is a penistural development in puberty where they give you hormone, if you are a young kid, and if it is not developed really good, then they cut off some section from the rectum and operate them to become to make it as a like vagina, but it has mucora and in it actual intestines. When from male to female, what happens? They do neopalpos. So from the legs and penis, penis is made. The neophallus is made with tissue that's taken from hand and leg. You see in this graphic there is necrosis and losing some of the part of the skins when you this let's say this necrotic, it's almost impossible to fix these kind of problems. They will have they will be losing their they cannot be able to do their restroom use rest of their lives. As well, they need to have reoperation done most of the time. Okay, please look at it. The phalloplasty complications. There's 76.5% of overall complications, more than 3/3 of the people. That's very big complication. Urethral fistula is another problem. There's another meta-analysis. Urethral fistula and stenosis rate is 49%. Another meta-analysis about the size of this when transfer from female to male, male to female transitions, their urinary defection in problems happens as well, 20%, and there is 72% of reoperation required. Trans individuals, they unfortunately hide. People are very shy about expressing their urogenital problems. first of all for themselves, then their family and society, and these legislations they have to they feel like they want to overcome. They just hide their daily and lively problems. We assume it is much more common, these problems. Why do these people want follow flapsy? Well, why do they want to have penis instead of just getting rid of their breast? They do it because 98% of trans males report a desire to urinate standing up. Then they can actually feel like a man. Even if they cannot be able to do these kind of operations, they're kind of obsessed people. They need help, actually. The transition and remorses are too much. The transition, there is a great literature on the transition is growing. There is a study made in Germany. After transition, the percentage of 55 of people had regretted, and they have not been adequately evaluated by any doctor or psychiatrist. And they were subject to adequate examining. Well, of course, it was on the surface when they had communication with these professionals. They regret, but the people who mentions these things are very low in number because they didn't want to complain about these things. The problem is actually psychologically, but the fixing problem, how could it become physical, surgical? When you find an anorexic person, you don't just come and just do a liposuction type of therapy in order to fix them. There's a trans ableism. People wishing to have their hands or arms, organs cut off, and they will feel fulfilled in a bodily. Can they able to do that? No, they can't. But when it comes to transsexuality, it is treated differently. So this is my last slide. So we, as a doctors and psychiatrists, came together and doing this. Sir, my patient has some psychological problems. Can you help him out? And he said, doctor says, yeah, I will keep it. I will take care of it. I cannot fix him psychologically, so why don't you go ahead and fix him physically with an operation? I thank you very much. I suggest you to probably check out these books if you're interested in further information. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our Zeki teacher. He has been informed us about the complications and toughness and tragedy of these happenings. Let me conclude with a couple of words. All of our teachers, genetically or epigenetically, or in a psychiatric or operational way, sexual identity abusements and the malpractices has been underlined in here. Maybe certain things can be done. The psychiatrist needs to maybe learn and more informed more, and maybe it could become we could make some legislative perhaps laws for psychiatrists and psychiatrists to take note into these things and to prevent and help people. One of the most important another thing is this horrible situation with the operations, whom they are about to get into operations must be informed, and how it should be actually made sure that they really do understand the consequences of these choices and these operations. After that, after a great enlightenment, then we ask our health ministry, we hope to, as NGOs, we have to take the attention of our government with these meetings. Their teachers and our guests, we have 45 minutes break for lunch and for those who likes to pray. There you see in front, there is a Gaza event in front of our event. Right now, I'd like to thank our valuable teachers, Miss Ebru, Mr. Ekrem, valuable teacher Zeki. Especially when I was listening to Mr. Zeki, it was very meaningful and very effective. Thank you very much for that. We will be here 12:05. Thank you. Our protocol will be accommodated in Nev Mekan. So see you there.
Canlı yayın için hazır mıyız hocam? Mert. Tamam. Değerli konuklar, kıymetli misafirler, ikinci günün öğleden sonraki.
Dear guests, bon appétit. Our afternoon session is about to start. I would like to invite a very precious person who is going to hypen up all of us with his energy. Please welcome Taşkın Koçak.
Hoş geldiniz.
Welcome everyone.
Nasılsınız?
How are you doing?
Sesler çok hızlı geldiğine göre iyi değilsiniz galiba.
Your sounds are weak.
Nasılsınız?
How are you?
İyi maşallah.
Mashallah.
Herkes iyidir. Hepsi
God
çok
bless
rahat.
you. I hope everyone is fine.
Bunlardan sonra peki olmak da doğru değil mi?
I am not sure if it is okay to be good after Mr. Zeki's presentation.
Şöyle bir oturanlar. Evet. Kapının önündekiler şöyle oturabilirlerse seviniriz.
Could you please
Son birkaç yıldır
sit?
teknolojiyle
Recently in technology, there are incredible developments we are witnessing.
günlük 3 saat, 4 saat teknoloji okuması yapan bir adam var. Ve işi de bu.
3 to 5 hours, 3 to 4 hours, I am doing technology readings.
Gerçekten insan geleceği çok tehlikeli.
And I realized that the future of humanity is in danger.
Ve
Actually,
teknoloji çevreleri.
I and environmental
2030 yılında
technology environments
hep oraya işaret ediyor.
were expecting this much of development in
Pandemiyle birlikte bu süre
2039
6-7 yıl aşağı gidiyor.
because of the pandemic.
Kendi
Because of the
doğal
pandemics,
Türkiye'nin çok önemli
we have cut down this expectation by 6
ve 5 yıl önce
to 7 years.
zekanın
5 years
ileri
ago,
dereceye yazdığında
I wrote about AI,
evladım yapma kurban olayım.
and
Öyle bir şey.
nobody believed
Şimdi o
me
kadar ne diyorlar?
back then. Do you know what they tell me now? We are we are following you. You were the true guy.
Her şey birbirinden başlıyor.
Everything is rapidly mixing
Pandemi
with each other. Pandemic
mecburiyetten insanları fiziki sosyal mekanlardan dijital sosyal alana
pandemic moved people
bu da
from physical
dünyada
places,
internet,
physical social places to digital social places.
oyun ve metaverse kullanıcı sayısını
And this increased
günümüzde dünyada
players
5 milyar
of
internet
users of games,
4 milyar
videos,
50 milyar
metaverse.
sosyal medya kullanıcısı
There
ortalama günlük 7,5 saatlik
is
internet kullanım süresi var.
almost 7.5 hours to 8 hours usage of social media in worldwide today. Daily usage.
Ülkemize geldiğimizde
Ülkemizde 85
And in our country, 85 million 85 million people
85 milyonun 70 milyonu internet kullanıcısı.
out of 85 million, 7 million is internet users, and our daily average usage of internet is 8 hours, half an hour above the world average. And social media usage average is about 3 hours. Again, we are worldwide above the average by half an hour. if you think that everyone in Turkey is online.
I been for 1.5 years in 52 universities, metaverse and artificial intelligence. I've been talking about these subjects. I've been in another university last week with the invitation of their presidents and vice presidents. I was giving them conversation on these concepts all around Turkey. Many universities are lined up right now. So when I go to these symposiums, they say, Mr. Tashkin, how long is it going to take? I tell them that my speech goes almost forever. Can you not finish it in 40 minutes? I say I salute in 40 minutes. Of course, I'm joking, but I'm not able to finish it before 1 or 2 hours. They say we cannot hold on to the students for like 15 minutes. So teachers come to protocol. After 2.5 hours, there's only 10% of audience has escaped from it. Teacher, after the conference, says, Mr. Tashkin, how did it happen? I said, it's not me, it's the technology. Because youth loves technology, they're into it. Because of that, it has inverse effect on the young people. I like to make the conference as fun as it could get. So, who is facing me? The youth. The youth who faces me. They ask me questions. They say, you change our chemistry. What's going to happen to us? Where's humanity going to aim at? And I say, there's nothing to be afraid of. Look at me. Am I afraid? God gives us willpower from Adam and Eve. They're the ancestors of 3 big religions. When they they were living, they were tested with the forbidden stuff. Nowadays, all you see these unethical issues, they're all was there at first. If you have willpower, if you like to, in your physical life, you can get involved into mafia, nightclubs, bad habits, all kinds of bad places you might be involving with. But everyone lives everyone lives of what their choice was at the first place. Just watch it out. Today's subject is crisis of gender identity. So many governments are promoting these ideas. You, on this subject, if you try to write and reply to these web pages, artificial intelligence takes these things and eliminates those comments with artificial intelligence. There should be laws and legislations The technology never emerge with the ethical concerns. They will not have the concern of any mercifulness. You should, they question everything. You cannot actually do the Manhattan Project's atom bomb by your own as a Muslim. For that, we should inform our children and adolescents on this subject. We just heard about how to change gender, transforming gender using all these other parts from the hands and arms and intestines. There are going to be much more things we are expecting to happen. I kind of have some knowledge about these things. Where is artificial intelligence driving us through? What's it going to happen to humanity? Imagine we're going to face with general artificial intelligence very soon. We're talking about almost immortality, transhumanism in the sense of data collecting. People will transfer their ideologies, their beings into computers. We have very frightening future ahead of us. In this future, there are going to be lots of bonds. I'm as well as constructive worker for metaverse. Who can enter into metaverse? Which country? Which government? We're talking about where government is everywhere. Well, right now, technology is going to be ruling the world globally. I don't know how much time I've been used, but you look at the background picture. I prompted some words into artificial intelligence. I was describing one of them having some prompts was like having VR glasses. The other one is like Muslim girl in the forefront, and this the result where you see it in my background. That's how artificial intelligence works. First thing, we need to inform our kids about their sexual identity crisis. My kids can use all kinds of platforms in their homes, but what I know is my 7-year-old played Roblox, and 11 years old her sister. She says these colors are dangerous. She says don't go here. There are missionaries there. This is, I call it as a success. If you are in this area of understanding, when you have the knowledge, then you can actually save them, because they were born into technology and they're gonna be using technology the rest of their life. When they will have their grandkids, we would probably never wanna be there. Maybe it looks like a dystopic story to you, like a dystopic tale, but it is not. I like to thank this table, this meaningful and important symposium, who I like to thank the president and her team from my heart. Can I have a round of applause for her? She has a great heart. Let me tell you something as a person in this kind of environment. God bless her, and I say mashallah to her. I pray for her. Another round of applause, please. Let me put it this way. There are social media platforms and there are ratios. Let's look at it. Instagram is 48 million. These are women and men users. Facebook, right there in the second row, 32 million. 34% is female, 65 for male. Twitter, which newly named as X, 18 million, 8.5 million. 36 for women, 63 for men, and there's LinkedIn, YouTube, and TikTok. Check YouTube right there. In Turkey, there are 58.9 million users. TikTok has 30 million users, 37 female, 62 male. That's the percentage ratio. We will going to learn how to live in a dystopic science fiction. You cannot close these places. You cannot close yourself off of these platforms. That means you will lose if you think this way. I'm interpreting a lot with technology. I'm not going to close myself. I think this technology is going to travel with humankind even to the space and beyond. It's going to have all kinds of artificial things, like even body parts. And there's no problem with that. The thing we need to pay attention is to the ethics of living, because of what Creator has put in us. In 2003, in Turkey, let's see how many people were using. Between the ages of 15 and 24, 80% of these individuals are playing video games. It's around 13 million. Between 0 to 14 years, 60% of these people plays video games. It's 22.5 million. Sister, do your kids play as well? I ask you because I thought you were kind of sleepy. Especially in these games, there are many risks and subliminal messages that connotes to sexual identity that are risks hidden. Let me put it this way. Do you know about Roblox? It's a metaverse game. With your avatar, with your digital twins, you're gonna wear that person. If it's black, yellow, or green, then you pay for it. If it is one of these colors like that resembles sexual identity, if you choose any of these colors, it's for free. It's free for kid because they promote it. The games has lots of these details. I only talked about Roblox. There's 50 million daily users for Roblox. And the users are between the ages of 6 and teenager. We're talking about the era about kids developing and learning and understanding their sexual identity. For that, It's a very dangerous thing. Look at this. Trevor, right there in the game of GTA, there's a two transsexual. That's a very popular game. And kids plays these games. Two men. And then there's Ellie. In the game of Last of Us, there's female couples. They play these games. I'm just giving you a couple of examples. My God, that's full of it. People who watches animes, anime in Japan, it has great economical power. In Japanese animations, there's a kissing where we see male to male in Naruto, as you see. Some serious game, anime. I'm sorry. There's Nikopara's Cat Girls, just another anime. Is there anybody who have some knowledge about Japanese animes? In Netflix and YouTube, it's very popular amongst youth. Let me go further. This is my professional era, it's the metaverse. There are 10 million metaverse users. Have you ever been into metaverse? Can you raise your hands, please? Who is there? Nobody? Who is there? Let me see. Let me see some. MashaAllah. Have you used VR glasses? You did. Let's give a round of applause for her. Do you know what kind of place it is? I've been living in that area, the VR world. I'm living in this area. There, you can see a person in the United States having a sexual identity crisis, then the other person who they have sexual intercourse digitally far away from Japan. That kind of a world is VR if you get into it. Without, whether you like it or not, you're gonna unfortunately have to get to notice these things and learn about these things. But we also need to place ourselves bringings for the bad and good bringings of these new technologies. In Roblox, there's a hangout that people visit. 94 million people visits this play. This is in our kids' hands. I cannot give all the details because of the time issues. You see it. You come over here. They can live in these colors. I'll go farther. In Metaverse, there's a VR chat. What kind of, do you know how it is? The VR chat? My God. It's like social media with the bone and blood. There you meet with all kinds of people from all kinds of places. Everybody is in their own cities, but we see them face to face. We have touching each other and talking to each other, just like I am right now talking to you. Like we can do this same kind of conversation that we are living in here. You could be anywhere in the world, and it will feel like just like what we're doing here. Check this Hangout and Pride Hub. All of these things, my friend. Nobody can do anything. I mean, there's a blockchain. If you know about, what is Bitcoin? Who can touch the blockchain. Which government we are facing towards this way of living? It's the new modern life. You cannot ignore that these lives are exist. You cannot force them to eliminate the interaction with these. But you can work with you can work to help them to learn more and learn how to protect their norms and identity. The wars, some of the wars are founded by all other big countries and their laws. What you gonna do about it? There's something that you can do actually. You will teach your children to define their willpower and distinguish the bad from the good, just like starting from the first human, like Adam and Eve. We start the culture from the beginning. In the world, we have to make people be aware of these things. As a Muslim, I'm right in the matrix. I can do some like good will works. One of my friends called me. Let's go meet in this place from all different religions. There were 500 people, and he asked me to join him. So I went there and I explained them what is being Islamic person. So there's a good will as well you can use and share with in spiritual for spiritual awakenings and information. Cartoons. 90% of children in Turkey watches cartoons, which is 20 million. There is a Turkish TV restriction foundation, but they cannot keep a track on all of these. As a Muslim, I watch the cartoons as well. Of course, my children as well. But if you go to Prime, under the Prime Video or Netflix, you'll see that lots of people who are having identity and sexual crisis are always the team. You can prevent in your national TV channels of this kind of hybrid needling images, but the world consists of so many different channels according to God actually tests people. When you see everything is open in front of your eyes and available, we should think about it as a like test. So I like to tell the society and tell you that we need to educate our people to become more aware and be normal, ethically. Whoever says that we are not in a mistake, but we all are some sort of in a mistake. Well, how we, our kids or them or us, we all came to this world through the same classic relationship. There are going to be so many different type of people maybe in the future, like maybe cyborgs or people like that in the future. But in their conscience, when it comes to transhumanism, that you will have immortality, and then sexual forms are going to be much more varying compared to today. You might, if you like to, you might feel like a woman in the future, or whatever you want to feel. You're going to feel it in your brain. How many minutes, teacher?
Bitti.
It's finished. Thank you for listening to me. God bless you all. May God bless you. Don't be afraid. Thank you very much. He explained it in a social sense. Dear guests, the guests from yesterday would know now. What about? There was a parent who was written some poem yesterday. Let me explain it this way. One of our client, after we kind of helped her out, so for 3 of us, she made this as a gift. I like to share the one. It was specially written for me in Turkish. And this gift is handmade book. Only 22 of them has been made, and I wanted to share. Yesterday we didn't have time, so it made me very emotional. That's why I like to share. Everybody's expectation is now very high because everybody's been waiting for the poem now. It's talking about mothers whose heart has been burned, and it's talking about daughters who are having identity crisis in sexual ways. It's saying that it's a miracle how God created us, just like a baby, the color of a baby. They are like perfect things. These babies are. There will be devilish servants in the world to take you away from kind of like your womanness. And right now referring to some religious event in the past. I thank you very much, says right now. Right now talking about the functions of God's names. And in these some tough times where you should turn yourself into your beliefs and religions. Thank you very much. That's it. It was beautiful. Thank you very much. There is a song came to my mind. Should I sing? I like it's kind of old song. In late 2000s, I was making some radio show. There was a group called New Age. If you guys know the songs, please sing with me. It says, I was looking for love behind the springs. It was gifted to me. It was beyond the imagination. Those smiles were gifts from the God, and it turned into eternal happiness. It's talking about the agony in the one's heart. And right now, he's doing empathy to the ones who are in hurt. Right now, we're going back to our session. It's going to be Matrix World for individuals. Ayşe Jonathan, professor, she's invited to Dr. Taceddin Kutay, Kemal, Ahmet Akın, Tuncay Dilci, Jonathan, Baysal is taking their place in the symposium right now.
Yok, sıkıntı yok. Evet, saygı...
Their attendees and my teachers and those who helps us to be here, the members of Chakop family, thank you very much in such an important concept. The concepts that is threat to human future, it is great to analyze the reasons beyond these all speeches. The technology will be improving itself, as just we listened in the latest conversation. Our duty is to save our humanity. We should protect our humanity and next generations. Anything that is done regarding this issue is vital and very valuable. So I thank everybody that's gonna touch very different individuals. We talk about these things in our lectures as well, because these issues are very open to abusement. These scientific searches and studies connects all these diversified people under the umbrella of a goodwill to help society and future of humanity and make people aware about the potential harmful things might happen to people. We're going to talk about adults matrix life. Dr. Kemal Hekdar and Professor Dr. Ahmet Akın and Tuncay Bilgi we're going to have our session. Me and my teachers here, we will talk about this conversation. I like to give 10 minutes for opportunity to talk about their own issues. We will probably have another session in the future. Well, our missing doctor is on the way. Hopefully he'll make it. I'd like to give the first opening speech to Dr. Tekten.
Herkese merhaba.
Tekten. Hello, everybody. I like to thank you very much, especially World Chakop President, Ms. Wal. Hopefully, it will lead to all good. These kind of studies are very brave studies. God bless all of you and help you out. I'm also kind of member of Jacob. I like to say that in the beginning. Their friends are in the latest conversation. We heard about where technology is heading. Technology is the it is the productivity of human mind. People created technology and used it in long time. There has been developments only in certain definitive areas that these developments has made. A Western writer, it says there was before Christ and after Christ. I refused it. I say before me and after me. They ask me why. Because what I see, the human history hasn't seen. Really. Look at the people on our age. We lack of computer, even some places lack of electricity we've seen, and look how far we came. This immense vastness is frightening us. As an Islamic public, we've been kind of afraid of technology since the beginning. When Ahmet Çelebi flight, we are afraid of this technology, only kind of watching it as an audience through the history. But people with power, those ones who likes to hold the world within their hands and play the role of a creator, they are using technology in order to achieve this goal. Especially, I can also say that right now, if you're as small as your age goes, smaller you are, younger you are more capable of working with technology. This is as well another thing that eliminates the experience and kids. Actually, this is disappearing our wisdom. Recent developments in artificial intelligence and in the IT sector shows the means to have become the goal. Technology, which is supposed to make people's life easier, is dragging people into dangerous path. It makes people to run in the virtual environment, search for fulfillment in virtual environment. I'm calling this as a hypnotic effect. My teachers, they have experience in this era. I kind of have some knowledge about it. I don't want to offend them, but I like to talk about this. What kind of takes my attention in hypnosis studies? 95% of people who are asked to hypnotize surrender to hypnotist within like 5 minutes. But I kind of was interested in those 5% that they couldn't actually hypnotize. They think about if I fall asleep or if I say something bad, so many questions and questioning in their mind blocks their availability to get hypnotized. There's a hypnotic effect in the whole society right now. There's an order comes from some place. Let's say you're gonna tear your jeans, and everybody tears their jean that year. A friend of mine did this. He told me that one of the patients he did the hypnotized, he says, when I wake you up after 2 minutes and 35 seconds, I want you to tear that paper on the table. We were looking at the watch, but we forgot. After exact time, without any noticing, and he goes and tears down this paper. We were like very surprised, and he was surprised as well. I just went there and tore the paper. Okay, torn your jeans, and whatever the skirts are gonna be, they can decide. A friend of mine told me that his grandkid says we cannot live in this country anymore. Why do they say this? I talked to my friend. Why his granddaughter tell him like that? Because I think they are hypnotized. The youth is hypnotized. It is kind of doctrinated into you in a way to live your life just for yourself as an individual. And if you live your life like that, there won't be anything left for other people. This kind of dangerous parts that I'm trying to relate here. Mr. Taşkın has been mentioning transhumanism, which starts innocently at first, but becomes increasingly alarming because it is pushing you towards to become a slave for other people that you don't know. It makes you an ideal for enslavement. These global power holders who see themselves as demigods put effort to remove human beings. In United States, in MIT, they ask a question. In life, what is it that you are missing? And they ask the same questions in France as well. If I'm not misremembering, in States 70% and France in 89%, we have no meaning in our lives. Look, they're trying to diminish the meaning. Some says it's the black hole. If you don't have a meaning in your life, you'll have this like black holes in your soul and in your life. We see young people, looks like they're drained, looks like they're drained, and I want to give some physical example. Well, we give people, our children, digital books. What is the purpose of giving this iPad-like devices to our children? Just like making a mosque, the important part in offering these kind of things to the public for children or community is to fill inside of these things with certain ideas and feelings. We have to actually work and fight, put effort into this. There's a salvation underneath. We said we are late. We are looking on technology and following it from behind. What we need to do is, as a believers, what we need to do is we should use technology in the sense of our belief system and new world with the idea of better world understanding. When we look at it from this perspective, it's going to be really easy. I take videos. Some people watches hundred thousands of people are watching these. I'm filming some series, millions of people are watching. As long as you put the good message and quality message into what you produce, then you will. Well, in world, there's smart people and also not very smart people as well. God gave the richness to the actually Islamic countries. If you notice, most of the energy sources came from these countries. But we need to consider how come we're not using the brain that has been given to us. Let me talk about this Gaza problem. When we look at the Western media, my ideas has been torn, my thought process has been torn. The whole humanity God gave individuals essence. All the messages that it is given to others is ours. This blocked road will be open, but it is going to happen with us. Islamic belief. I would like to add something. I say, damn those silent Muslims. Shame on them. The salvation of the human future goes through our braveness. We should set examples as a human being for human. There wasn't that big of a protest as it has been done in Western culture. None of Islamic country was as brave as them. We have to use the technology on the top row. We shouldn't be just audience and watching the technology and be enslaved for it. And else, we have such a beautiful belief system. God bless about my Niazi teacher. We are like we have great religion in our hands, but we are not able to touch it. You have to love the one who is created because of the Creator, says Yunus. once you kill one person, it's like same as killing every humanity. Who was able to say such a thing? If there's Islamophobia, it's because of the Muslim. Devil is gonna be devil. Now it's maybe devil is resting right now. Yes. Dear friends, my last words are gonna be yes. Technology is a great tool for us. It will open great doors. The concept of working for jihad itself is understood merely as fighting with weapons, but it is actually not. Arm yourself with enemy's weapon, the meaning of it. Today's weapon is the superior technology, including all kinds of media and all kinds of technology to explain to people there is only one creator and to fight for the truth. In this computer game, you are actively in the game. It's something beautifully perfect. For human salvation, for humans to be free, and saying that there is one holy God with the work of us and with the intention of us to enlighten the world, and all of us will be in salvation with our Western people. Thank you very much. Yes. I'd like to thank our teacher for his conversation. He talked about hypnosis. I like to underline that.
And actually, while we were talking about the matrix of the adults, we need to know about philosophy. We cannot understand the world and events and the life itself without philosophy. So the education in philosophy should be given from the young age. It should be some form of awareness education for children and adults. Now here at the second row, dear Ahmet Akın is going to be speaking to us. I thank him up front. Hello to all. Let me salute to Gaza. I want to start my words by saluting Gaza. Matrix world of the adults is a nice place to start. When I talk with children, I see that we are in Matrix. We are all sometimes I ask my friends how you are, how they are. They say, sometimes they answer me by saying, I have 300 workers for me. We, there was a scene in Harrison Ford's movie. Everybody was looking what everybody else was doing. In a surah verse was stating that the arrogance surrendered you. It says, in the old era of Arabs, it was important to be crowd. They were have competition for being crowded family. When they were counting the members of their family, sometimes they included their dead ones as well. So what the second T was stalking. Who did what? Who went where? Even if we are going to buy something for our house, we just check up on other people. So this imperialism is a very planned concept. What happens today in Gaza is the reflection of these plans on a physical world. They are doing physical massacre over there, but they are doing mental massacre all over the world. Their children's minds are occupied, and they are drawing away from their families, their cultures, their customs and traditions. From this point of view, imperialism does that systematically. Did that, doing that, and will do that. They did that to indigenous Indian people of America in the past. They destroyed them with the chickenpox viruses. They had a deep knowledge of medicine, herbal medicines actually. Whatever diseases they had, they could find a solution from the nature, but they couldn't find any solution to chickenpox. In the past, we were also drowned from our culture as well. We gave up on our clothing, we gave up on our eating habits. Repairing your clothes seems out of trend, but wearing torn up jeans is trend. They present that way. African people were slaved. Colored people were slaved. They said when white person came to us, they had Bible in their hand and minds are in our hands. They told us to close our eyes and pray. When we opened our eyes, the Bible was in our hands and our minds were in their hands. Materialism, imperialism, Zionism does this. You must recently said that in Congo, in Kenya, people are people are
If it is right to say they are kind of acting in a tough way, this doesn't matter how long they use social media, digital era. I think there's gonna be success after all these murders in Gaza. There are some lots of people converting into Islam. We have been reading all our life long, but we couldn't identify it with ourselves. When they read the God's words, they cry and get emotional because when they discover it, they are much more emotional, more than us. The mercy of our Father, we have. When I talk to these families, the children is nothing different than you are. I tell my clients that we're similar. They're not going to follow our fingers that we point them, they will follow our steps. Imperialism and Zionism, enslavement of native people and colored people, the people in Asian area, unfortunately, in late 20 years, systematically in last 20 years, when I search and look about the researches made in Europe, is there a country who has so many artists as they have in our country? So they were researching in Germany and other countries. When I analyze these things, some people, well, in our country, there's like 400,000 people of following. The Anatolian people are following their culture, and they're very alike. They have similar belief system. Most of the followers actually women. We're not gonna continue watching them. We will be following them. Our children should know. This demonish YouTubers. And when I look at the comment section, I see many Islamic names commenting really good at these devilish YouTube channels. And these things are being screening in our country. This is more than being secularity. It's just like abusement, because we see some of them are like trying to like suicide, and they become suicidal. Our children. There are so many singers. They're just doctrinating, hiberneedling our kids to have sexual confusion. These themes are atheism, anti-nationalism. Most of our kids are following these channels, our daughters, from their homes. It's like dragging yourself on your own. So they say your father's home is not a safe place anymore. These things needed to be prevented. We should be openly. Oh, and who actually writes these devilish things opposed to decent human living is promoted highly. When they're writing books, they're labeled as marginals and they're promoted. We used to have generation problems between grandfather and granddaughter. Now we cannot even say that from the distinction, not father to his son, but there is a generation differences in between older brother and younger brother. Unfortunately, there's two ships in imperialism. One of them is Anatolia ship, where you have all the customs, traditions, and belief, and the other ship has the freedom of all kinds of sexual things and suicidal thoughts. It's hard to jump from one ship to the other one. There are some kids that they can make the distinction, travel through in between these ships. We should kind of notice these kids. What should we do? Let me put it this way. What we need to do. For our children to understand us, that although it doesn't suit us, if that kids can tell us, we need to understand that they are our kids. If you have to understand them, because if somebody else will understand them, then they become their children. We have to give a great value put on their values. Imperialism comes into act with art and culture and philosophy and sports. So we need to develop under these eras of the concept. Some of my colleagues come to me. They say, God help you, teacher. Your mission is hard. Well, there is not such a thing hard. And all of us, as a psychologist and NGOs, we have to get back what has went away from us. As NGOs and educators and enlightened people, we have to start from this part. Hopefully, we will work on these studies and these events until 2030s. After all these tough times, God's gonna ask, where you guys going? Then everyone will go back to their original identities and discover the peace within themselves. With togetherness, all together, all these beautiful values and traditions that we need to tell our children and make them aware, because we carry the flag right now while we are living. We should live as in the manners of Islam, just like a Muslim. We should get off of our metrics as well. God bless you all. Yes. I would like to thank our teacher. He used his time very accordingly. He has been mentioned pretty important subjects, the effects of imperialism from past times till now, and talked about minorities having great effect on the majority of people. And he talked about disbeliefs lack of norms. And this is some important place for us humans to be in. It feels like all the social relations are diminishing with the social digital environments. Where can we can prevent that by listening to our children and try to understand them and giving them love and accepting them. Very, very vital and important. This modern times requires, when the times is flying away, everybody is in a fast pace. But if the subject is our children, if we are willing to create them a beautiful future, we must put time and effort into our children's understanding. Maybe we came to some place as an adult, but our children should have chance to come to a stage or state where we are at. Mothers are having hard time when they cannot feed their children. They will give some digital screen in front of them so that they can eat. Or let's say they are in friends gathering, they'll give their digital screens into their hands. Even like those 1 years old kids can do that swapping action. Maybe in the beginning we can prevent them from these kind of happenings. At first, I like to give the words to Mr. Tuncay Dilci, Professor Tuncay Dilci. I think he's gonna be concernful about his time for speech. Friends, can you help me out? Thank you very much. Dear friends, dear president, dear teachers, I salute you with respect. I don't like to talk too much, but I have to underline some stuff. My profession is digital addiction. I've been working on it for 13 years, and I've created many studies. There's a word of Confucius. There is a strength in every difficult situation, and digital world is appearing a lot. Do we say some people are doing this, the other people are doing this? Yes, they are doing, but now we are in the road that is irreturnable, but we should remember our human functions, and I can kind of feel like hearing these kids that they're complaining. You owe us. You need to help these kids with technology and science, because we don't study enough, we don't work enough, we don't read enough. Matrix is a world, and let me say this, in the future they're gonna play the God. Bill Gates has been patented all these things. There's going to be a brain transfer into the machines in the future, and they will make the machine talk like your father and mother to be able to say that I am the God. This is the road that they are taking. We shouldn't be afraid of this. We are in the right path, but if we don't educate ourselves, if we let other people subliminally affect us, a person with certain qualities, it is to create a quality community is to be able to read the digital world effectively. Let me go into the Matrix. What's Matrix? All of us knows about the Matrix movie. In 1999, there was this movie was filmed. In Matrix had some deep messages. We can see it kind of gives certain dialect about the materials. Matrix kind of talks about itself. Before I see this remote control for TV, I didn't believe in it, they say, in the past. Something that you don't see, but it is useful. Matrix world is a content that created by human in the same manner. It's the reflection of all this material world reflected into our brain. We have to ask this question. We heard the story about our teacher explaining he was attended into 500 people together and he was talking about his belief systems. They're asking in their conferences, all this digitalization, global digitalizations, how it's gonna affect us? If it's gonna do all those basic jobs, what we're gonna be able to do in the future? Half of all the professions are gonna be gone very soon. There are gonna be, of course, new areas for work. Of course, there is a meaning, but there's gonna be changes. We need to probably learn more about the upcoming work opportunities in the digital world. Can we use this in a healthy way and truthfully? If we exchange it and put this digital powers instead of our own self, that's kind of a problem. We need to use it as a tool. With the it can give lots of answers very, very fast. The Matrix world takes us to a very different era. Positivism and this hypnosing technologies, this postmodern world, who holds within their palms will win. With the technologies developing in the Matrix, it's gonna make the world a simulation world. We will see people are marrying within these worlds. The important thing is not to forget and lose our morality and identity. This forceful bringings through this matrix world should be eliminated. There was a transition from village to cities at the time in our country. Today, all our values and social interactions are in the same manner as like going from village to city like. We have to prepare for this matrix world. Perception of world matrix. These complicated systems needed to be understood. This virtual world in digital platforms is with games and VR environments creating interactions and relations. They are becoming virtual. There are so many risks that matrix world brings. If God permits us, we will have some projects from the adolescence age. All those content that metrics are providing. Under this pressure, how can we go on our way in a right path? So to create future fathers and mothers. The digital age youth will be living in matrix. We need to keep them together and have them become alive with their own value systems. What kind of perception that digital imaginative world, the understanding of metrics, actually we are living in our daily lives. Do we imagine? Yes, we do. Do we dream? Yes, we do. All the dreams we see is just like a matrix world. Matrix is like a digital world. Like they put our brain into a jar, and they do it in order to shape our understanding and reality. At this moment, we can probably materialize this matrix happenings. I asked a question, has anybody married with the dream of their woman or man? Just only one person raised his hand. There was a guy, person, blind person. His name was Erdal. How do you imagine me, Erdal? I asked this blind person. He said some stuff about me. Some of them was true about me, but the I was created in his mind was different. Yes. Just like our teacher said, we're gonna be accomplishing our goals in virtual world. It will not gonna give 100% of the satisfaction that we have in the real world, face to face. And when we look at it in the adults, it helps us to solve problems. They say it creates a positive effect in human mind. but it can actually suppress the freedom of your imagination. We had study on 2,800 children, addictive children become a hypothic brain. The other children who are not addicted, this digital world, they perceived some harms from this digital world. If it's too much, it's harmful. If it's too little, that's not enough. If we don't be careful when we slice our bread, we might cut our finger. We have to learn how to use it optimally. So, digital world actually helps our kids to develop much better ways. Technology nowadays is like this, but there's a consequences of this technological development.
The second is coming across to your truth, ability to understand where you are at. We need to understand our secret talents, multitasking abilities, digital games and interactive applications may develop in the children multitasking abilities and talents. Therefore, social communication skills made me this pandemic made me write a book. Actually, we were trapped in our houses and trapped in our screens during the pandemic. Is that a freedom? No, it's not a freedom, because whenever you have phone and someone calls you, you kind of have to answer it. So you are not free in this sense. Being able to think in multiple contexts, the digital environment can make your child gain this ability as well. Problem-solving skills is also another one that digital environment can bring. Do I have more time? They can have lack of attention. What is that? Attention deficit they can have. These devices have such properties. Can I conduct an experiment? Is there any volunteers? Okay. I need one person, and that person's phones should be at the hand of another one. Please come here. I saw your phone. Is there anyone knowing your number? Please come with the phone. Please. I presented this scientifically in a congress. What's your name? Nurjan. Miss Nurjan, please stand like that and hold your hands like it. Take your phone on your left hand. I will apply pressure on your phone, on your arms. Yes, it is very strong. Please try to put that up. Now ring her phone, please. Is it on vibration? Yes. How many phones you have? Okay, that's enough. Leave your phone over here. Open up your arms again. I will apply the same pressure. Look at that. What happened? On the left hand, minimum 30% of blockage is there. Don't put your phone where you sleep. Close your Wi-Fi's at a certain time. You experienced it yourself, right? Thank you. You can take your phone. Digital objects like this. There are some studies made on digital objects like this. Whoever plays with the phones and spending time in screens during midnight, when they wake up, they have problems in their brains when they wake up. Don't be afraid of Matrix world. Let's gear our weapons of science. May God be with you. Thank you. Our teacher talked about we should take advantage of the digital world, but not be enslaved by it. Whether or not we want, we are in Matrix world. As far as I understand, it has positive effects for adults. But for children, I think negative effects are more prominent. Sometimes they have to do something, but they just come across it is already done. Sometimes they wanted to create something. Here it is created by another one. So in the past, I remember when I was in primary school, there the teacher would take us outside and make us collect natural materials from the yards. And then our teacher would ask us to assemble those natural materials and create a picture. Now, children does not put so much effort doing such things. They are at the pursuit of getting pleasure from the digital environment. Maybe he suggested that maybe there should be some legislation to limit this limitless usage of digital platforms. On this context, I would like to contribute actually. Here in virtual environment, usage of limitless uses of this virtual environment creates kind of a violence on us. Digital violence we are under. This digital violence is aimed at our selves, our minds, our thoughts, and go deeper and have control on our bodies as well. Once you gather the information from this panel and the previous one, we can see that we need to apply some changes to our habits. In our youth, they were giving example of Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is a colored person, but since he is taking continuous treatment, he was trying to have a paler skin, and with all those aesthetic surgeries, he was trying to change himself. So they were telling us that doesn't matter how much you try, your genetic composition will not change. Just like that, changing the gender and those who promote this, especially taking the science behind them for support, they make people unhappy and unfunctional. This is a very negative event. I have a personal memory on it. 1980s, in a psychiatric clinic, I was working as a clinical psychologist. There was a woman willing to change her sex. A psychiatrist was asking for some tests, and then surgery, and gynecologist was waiting her to apply as well. We made some conversations with the family. We get the anamnesis. She was the 6th child of the family, all girls. And the father was kind of creating disturbance for the mother for the reason of the gender of the children. And they are living all together. And she was going to parks and observing how boys are behaving, and behaving accordingly. She was trying to prove that she can be a boy. But in the committee, health committee, we told the family that this cannot be. She cannot change her sex. And at the end of it, the psychiatrist was angry with our conclusions, and he was angry with what we are trying to do. And we defended our idea, and we did not permit this irreversible surgical operation. And then later, I quit the clinic and went to another one, but it came to my ear. I heard of that. That case was the subject of many conversations. So what I want to summarize is that we have to stand and defend our opinions. I would like to share this memory of mine with you. Whatever done in those institutions make people unfunctional. The operations done on the body creates an unfunctional person. Nowadays, what we are going through is cruel. Actually, it is no different what is done in Srebrenica. This is violence directed towards children, actually. So similarly, how we are going to protect ourselves from digital violence is an important question to be answered. The time spent in social media should be transitioned into the real-world conversations. Social media, the pleasure social media gives, the satisfaction it gives, does not last. They may give you pleasure for a short period of time, but the virtual environment, this virtual environment may give you some real emotions, but when we dig deeper, you see that it is all void. And it may create some addictions. So we need to be concerned about the possibility of addictions. Our conscience shouldn't be enslaved. So we can resist this invasion. We don't have to wait for the legal legislations to create a safe environment for us. We should take the matter in our hands. We should be focused on the things that are mandatory to be done. I would like to finish my sentences with another anecdote. 20 years ago, my eldest son was starting the primary school. There were 130 children. It was a small one. And they asked us to give our children raw eggs. And they put numbers. And they put numbers on the eggs. And they said, we are going to reward the children who carries the eggs for the most period of time, for the longest period of time. We are going to reward them. And some parents were asking, what kind of education is this? They didn't understand the logic behind it. And they were told that this is an application to teach children the responsibility and patience. And we were given a seminar about it. Responsibility was the children developed. And looking at them today, most of them have good positions. Most of them have decent jobs. And I see some of them from time to time, and they are very nice, and they turned out to be very nice and good people with good jobs. I remember from my life, I was 6 years old, and during Eids, during festivals, we were preparing postcards and post them to the close ones. We get stamps from the shop and take that to post box. And we were doing by the age of 6. But now we don't allow our children take such responsibilities. We don't allow them. We tell them they are incapable of doing such things. Summing them up, maybe we are talking about matrix, but we can see that We lack patience as adults as well. And we need to continue teaching our children all these good deeds. And I hope we will be more sensitive about these concepts. In traditional societies, in modern societies, they question a lot. Traditional societies don't question that much. But I think nowadays there's no such society. Everyone, even the rural areas, less developed, more developed, everyone in the world is living kind of similar facts. Maybe you came across to the picture of 3 young boys that they were taking selfie with the slipper. So it is like a virtual selfie. So almost everybody is going towards the same point in the world. I hope in this matrix we don't lose ourselves. I thank you very much. I thank you all. On this context, I hope this torture in Gaza ends. We pray for that. Thank you very much. I thank for all the attendees, and I am closing the panel.
Değerli konuklar, kıymetli misafirler, Profesör Doktor Ayşe Can Atan, Doktor Kemal Tekkan, Profesör Doktor Ahmet Akın, Profesör Doktor Tuncay Dilci, Profesör Doktor, hocamın ismi yazıyor, Ayşe Can Atan'a huzurunuzda çok teşekkür ederim.
I would like to thank all of our speakers with a round of applause. Those who follow us online, and to you here, we would like to ask you to follow them online as well. I would like to invite psychologist Kübra Baysal on the stage, please. I would like to give certificates to our speakers.
Ses.
Evet, hocamız da hazırlanırken ben hemen şu telgrafları sizlerle paylaşmak isterim. Yoğun programdan dolayı nazik davetinize katılamayacağımı belirtmek isterim. Çok kıymetli bulduğum Dünya Çokop 3. Uluslararası Sempozyumumuzun hayırlara vesile olmasını diler. Platformumuzun tüm mensuplarına sempozyumumuzun
I would like to share some messages from those who cannot attend today for several reasons. This one, the president of Bahçelievler Municipality,
dilerim. Tüm katılımcılara selam ve saygılarımı sunarım.
I salute the all attendees Vedat Demiröz, the president of an institute.
Değerli konuklar, panelimiz bitmedi. Sunumlarımız devam ediyor. Lütfen. Birazdan çok kıymetli misafirlerimiz yine sizlerle beraber olacak. Mustafa Merter Hocam, yine Yıldız Hocam sizlerle beraber olacaklar. Lütfen yerlerimize oturalım ve sempozyuma devam ediyoruz. Ve hediye verme faslı bittiyse efendim devam ediyoruz. Değerli hocalarım. Tamam hocam, buyurun sizleri yerinize alın. Sahnedeki hocalarımızı lütfen yerlerine davet ediyoruz. Yerlerinize alalım hocam sizleri. Devam ediyoruz. Evet hocam buyurun. Kübra Hocam, hakkınızı helal edin. Beklettik. Ve şimdi söz Kübra Hocam'da. Buyurun.
Taşkın hocam sizinkini vermiştik değil mi?
Merhabalar.
Eyvah eyvah.
Hello. Hello.
Yok. Evet. Rica ederim hocam. Biz çok teşekkür ederiz. Taşkın hocam. Bana da vermediler. Sıkıntı değil hocam. Şey yapalım. Bana da vermiyorlar zaten. Vermediler. Hocam ben alırım. Hocam ben muhabbet. Evet, böyle bölünüyor, hakkınızı helal edin kıymetli konuklar. Kübra Hocam, vallahi en çok sizin isminizi anons ettik yani. Artık Kübra Hocam da sosyal medyada takip edersiniz. Hatta hocam sizi böldüğümüz için ben 5 dakika fazladan veriyorum size. Buyurun hocam.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's been a beautiful speech here in the last panel. Mustafa teacher sometimes says it's a crazy world. After all these speeches we have today, all of a sudden that saying of his came up to my mind. In this last presentation, I like to talk about matrix syndrome, screen time, and analysis and control. With the last 2 days, we've been talking about matrix world and matrix life. And now all this identity confusion in social media, porn, gambling, and game addiction, or equality, liberalization, freedom, under the name of freedom, all those promotions that has been done as well. We know where these all problems come from. Screens and phone screens are the entrance door to this matrix world. To protect yourself from matrix world is to prevent screen timing. First, we heard the matrix syndrome from Mustafa Merter. There's a definition, some criteria. There's more specific situation here. Most of us are not like really addicts, as in screen syndrome. We could look at it as like a epidemic, like a pandemic. Mr. Tunjai told that where the Matrix name comes from, and he pointed out the movie. I wanted to start it like that. Matrix first time screened in 1999, then at the latest it was in 2020. That's a film series. The summary of the movie is that a person who is connected to a machine, the soul is uploaded to a computer. Our hero is Neo here, with the help of wisdom of Morpheus. He gets into Matrix. It's fake world, it's virtual world. It shows it like that. Like all of us are kind of in this movie. Our Mustafa teachers said, made with a humor, they're all kind of in a matrix. We kind of notice the dangers of this world. The small kids that are babies who born into this world, they're in some negative world. Because there's a question that can be asked in behalf of an infant. This world is giving me lots of information. I'm having lots of fun there. What else would I need? For an infant that doesn't have any information about the world, it's a meaningful place for them. In his new book on Mustafa Teacher, we see this thing called labeling. So, all of our data is being collected and they are become sellable. They become items and personal identifications or personal data is as well given to us, and we are getting in depths of this metrics world. The formation of the truth is something that we should be informed. What comes into my mind is I born this way is the word, and I cannot change under the name of scientific research. They're playing with our mercifulness, and they change its name and said that they told us, so they give us some information about gender fluidity. You can be anywhere between man and woman. You don't have to describe yourself within this realm. And imagine these things are presented to you in a scientific literature. Imagine how people are getting poisoned. The bombardment of color, light, and information exhausts us. We become dizzy with sensory emotion and rapid transition. Once we compare this, when we compare this to the feelings in the heart and the light that we have in our heart, the inner self of defining that good or bad that comes to us through our hearts and souls. I like to talk about we talked about more like scientific aspect of it, but right now I'd like to talk about the spiritual part of it. I want to mention the heart. We saw something similar to between caste system. As you know, we see that most of the children are having a distraction in their focus. We know that there is a drug industry that is being given to our children for that reasons. In further years, most of these little individuals become addicts. So this hyperactivity on children, could it be treated without medicine and slowly helping them out with some studies and research? Would there be a chance to save some of them? I'm pretty sure we will be able to probably normalize them up to maybe 50%. There is a research in Facebook they just cut off the Facebook from their daily using, and we'll see that decrease in their social abilities. There is fobbing, which is called that you dive into your cellular phones and you cannot focus on another things. You start getting bored with the person that you face with when you are face to face. If you are spending a lot of time with your phone, other things becomes like boring, and you don't want to spend so much time doing regular stuff. And we start to lack of seeing other people in the eyes, and we start losing our creativity. We are trying to fulfill our creative sides in flowing screens. This is the pace, and another part is the content. Lots of gossip and violent news. and as well pleasure-based news has been increased. This is more materialist. We have been using this word called materialist so often now, as you notice. We're supposed to see these kind of problems in very minor, in the minority of people, but we know that this is the problem for majority of the people. We become jealous, greed, and our we have great values in our society. It used to prevent us from these harmful effects, where we used to see all these ethical people. Very often they become selfish and individualistic. There's an increase in psychosomatic disease. Most of this disease, I'm pretty sure of this.
In getting in touch with the screen can be the reason for most of the problems for those who come to my clinic with some uh, compliance. Psychopathological Twenge says that these pathological situations can be explained with only one thing: the smartphones, homosexuality, anxiety disorders are some of them. Dysmorphic disorders, eating disorders, and periodical triggered sexual identity confusions are the problems that are increasing in numbers. Even a child does not have an abusement history. They want to be part of a social group, and they tend to have this triggered sexual identity confusion. They have social development weakness. They have relational and familial problems. And they tend to have muscle and skeleton system problems and motionless lifestyle and obesity they experience. Actually, there are two worlds, like the real world and virtual world, but the brain of person cannot handle this conflict. So one of them tends to be like to the other one. They tend to become similar. So, or they start living multi-personal lives. Their character in social media is totally different from their character in the real world. So we know how fake the world is there. It is very deceptive, and we don't confront with the pain of this virtuality. And this is at the background of everything we live on. Here I would like to make a little touch about nefs psychology here. Mustafa Hoca put a nefs structure according to Mevlana, and he says that a person is not consisted of conscious and subconscious. There is also another one, the divine conscience. Our heart is somewhere over there, actually. When his book is going to be published, you will see that he says that there is gate-like structure in the heart. There is, if our heart is filled with negative emotions and negative feelings like envy, like gossip, like bad deeds, our heart gets sicker. But if we have good deeds, it becomes clean and fresh, and we can move along up to the upper parts of the structure of our nefs, our self. So we are in touch with the signs that comes from our hearts. Some of us has their heart's voice weak, so we kind of cannot hear it very well. In this virtuality, we tend to be deprived of the understanding of our own hearts, actually. The heart is kind of the CPU because it has an ability to process the things going around. Mustafa Hoca says, defines the heart as a stargate. Sometimes we have patients and they don't know that they are not only their bodies. Those who can get in touch with their inner self, you see the decreasing of their negative emotions and complaints. If someone comes to us as a patient who is willing to have surgery, they just don't know that they are surrendered by an inner creature, and they don't know why actually they want such surgeries. And pleasure, center of pleasure, these virtual environment, these virtual environments are dragging us into them because of the hook of pleasure. If real life activities does not give us pleasure, we tend to seek the pleasure in somewhere else, some else places. And some people are helping others in Africa, in war zones, in deprived places, risking their lives. So this must be giving them very high pleasures. This is beyond hedonist pleasures actually. So this kind of activities must give them very nice feelings, so they risk their lives and go those places and help others. Indigestible amount of information that comes from digital environment makes us not to be in touch with our hearts. As a summary, if the time, the time spent in the environment, in the digital environment and screen usage, the higher the amount of time, the more negative psychological, psychosocial, psychosomatic harm we get. So if a big list of dangers and harms, if a big list of harms are in front of us, why cannot we just get rid of this fake world? Because there is a mechanism that uses our deepest weaknesses, because the cleverest one, the virtuous one of us even find pleasure in this virtual reality. There are some people who are explaining it with attachment theories, but one of them is motivation theories, like social satisfaction. They explain it with social satisfaction because it fulfills the need to belong, it fulfills the need to be related. Some of YouTubers are just making videos about themselves and creating content about themselves. And fourth, some use it just to be in the flow without doing any activities, just passively roaming around digital media. And the fifth one is social media is a coping mechanism to get rid of suppressions and negative self-perceptions. Sometimes it is used just for escaping. And the sixth one is Ms. Süreyya made a very nice presentation. Game addictions have different and more authentic motivations. One of them is success, the feeling of victory. They are competing with their peers, and it creates a satisfaction for them. The second is social relationships. They don't see the people that they play with, but they create social relations with them, and it gives some sort of satisfaction. And the other concept is withdrawal. Finally, dopamine is a very effective factor. Here you see the crew of TechCrunch Dopamine Lab. I went to their internet. The explanation on the picture was, meet the crew who are willing to make you more addicted to your phone. This is how they explained themselves. And later they changed this explanation. I don't know why, maybe because of the protests, or does not matter. Our body secretes dopamine as a neurotransmitter, and when it is released from the brain, then we want to be doing whatever causes it. Here we are at the last part. We put lots of thought about what can be done. Well, we are going to use the same weapons actually. Maybe we can create an app to prevent the virtual addiction. This contains, this virtuality contains many dangers embedded in it. In Turkey, in the world, what is the rate? Twengis is monitoring the future and making researches and studies on this matter. Maybe we shall do the same thing. This application can be an application about detailed screen time analysis. It can provide you some reports. Apple has a lot of data about us. Fourth is analysis of algorithms. And the fifth one is psychopathology detection. And the sixth one is measures and treatments. We need to confront with our screen time, usage of our screen. I'm not saying that we should know about it. I'm saying we should confront with it. So, the second is personal thinking ability, and with our willpower, decreasing our screen usage, and be selective about the contents we consume. Being aware of all the dangers that this virtual world gives us, we need to create alternative real-world activities, and I believe we can do it with conscious efforts, and I know some people who does that. If our personal efforts are useless or inadequate, then the authorities should take control. Especially the government should create a system like in China, a firewall system, which is used in China. I believe such decisions could be made and some limitations could be put. Performance, focusing, and some places. I have a client from France, and they are not able to use their phone at their schools. This is a good one. This is a good example which can be implemented in our country as well. Familial limitations. Even if you can control your child in school or in other institutions, when they come home, they're just freely roaming around, freely taking their screens, and the family's control sometimes is just not efficient. And maybe through this application, we can get in contact with psychotherapist, and if a person says that I cannot get rid of this addiction by myself, maybe a psychotherapist can help me. So the application can provide some psychotherapist names. So what brings meaning in our lives is the real life activities, real life relations. Sometimes I come across the people who wouldn't have attachments, secure attachments, who never have had bonding with their parents or relatives. Sometimes travel or using art or having conversation with close ones or friends, playing music with friends may help us. I know it is hard to do all these things in the real life, but these activities help us get out from the addiction. Thank you so much. We would like to hand Ms. Kübra a thank you certificate. We were going to make a break, but we are going to skip it and continue our panel and then close the program. Thank you very much for your understanding. This is the last panel of our program. Our moderator is going to be Ms. Zuhal. And with your applauses, I will invite our precious speakers to the stage.
Burada olan misafirlerimizi huzurlarınıza davet ediyorum efendim. Buyursunlar.
İyi, çok şükür.
Hoş
İyi,
geldiniz.
çok şükür. Siz nasılsınız?
Hocam kayabiliriz de çünkü bir tek Mertel Hoca gelecek. Diğer konuklarımız gelmediler. Yetişemediler.
Evet, kıymetli misafirler.
Dear guests, our teachers are preparing for our final stage. How would you like our symposium? With that kind of applause, I think we're not going to repeat this again. Let me say something about this applause till our teacher comes. The cannibals put this guy in a pot, so he's boiling with the food. They say like applause, applause. The chief goes back and asks him, what's he talking about? they've been turning around this big pot where the people are in, and they're applauding. It says applause, applause. They go like, well, we put him in this pot, we're gonna eat him. He was an artist, the guy in the pot. How? So if you keep applauding this guy as a community, artists have great ego. They will get the larger and bigger, so we'll have more to eat. Well, that was the joke. All right, it's to our teacher. Hello, teachers. Thank you for listening to us. I thank you. I thank all of our scientists here as well. Now they have some problems. They have another meeting here, so we will publish it, and then if we cannot read this statement that we had.
We have here Professor Dr. Sefa Saygılı, psychiatrist Mustafa Merter, specialist clinical psychologist Yıldız Konak, here with us. Today, if God permits, we would like to present you what we are really willing to create. Thank you very much here because of getting this organization into life. We have listened many things. I've learned new things. We can develop these. And what we learned here is family, the importance of family. We need to continue our studies about the family, since the family is the nucleus of the society. Mustafa Merter is going to speak now. Sir. I guess I wrote a book, the chapter of research. In the chapter of research, I investigated and done some experiment about social parameters. It was exhausting, but the hardest part is what will happen now. Because there is a gigantic organization with trillions of dollars. That organization is before you. Hollywood, social media, Google is in their hands. What can we do against these? Look, the Quran, when you read it by heart, it actually relieves you. Don't be despair from the compassion of Allah. I read Quran and put a lot of thought in it. What I was trying to explain in the book is that we are in the middle of a war against humanity. It is globally attached to one body with many arms. This creature is what we are fighting with. I would like to draw attention to sexual perversion. This is not a social wave which occurs by itself. This is a plan. This is a strategy. We need to wake up level by level, and we need to create a conscience that we are in the middle of war. In the history of humankind, this type of transition never happened this rapidly, because this is a triggered process. The second step, we Turks are warriors. What do we do to those who creates war against us? You know what we do. So we have to do meta-analysis of different battlefields, especially in womanhood. Womanhood is tried to be destroyed by systematic approaches. They were mentioning freedom. I couldn't explain that in 20 minutes, but I explained it in the book. If manhood is destroyed, nothing much happens. But if womanhood is destroyed, there will not be any manhood. All the humankind would be destroyed. So your Jamal, the beauty and femininity of womanhood is destroyed, everything will be. Since we are in a war, we should determine who are the ones that we are fighting against. So identities of these enemies should be intimidated by us. These crazy Turks are going to create problems for us. We need to make them think like that. Do we do that? Would we do that? You are going to take my child from me, and I will not show you any reaction. Oh, no way. Highly strategic social research institution should be founded. This World Checkup is doing very nice services. Very good activities are held here, but I am talking about a serious war which cannot be won with only one effort. Social engineers should be selected, IT specialists, commercial specialists, psychologists, psychiatrists. So they all together should be doing meta-analysis of this war, and we cannot leave this all to the government. So we have to create some center and then get that attached to the government. Bureaucratic laziness is preventing the government from taking measures very rapidly, so we can, with such institutions, we can fasten the process. Wars.
As well, we have to think about our attacks on this issue. However, they're attacking on us. Of course, we're not gonna repeat their unhumanistic approaches. We should be more human-centered. We know we can hurt them, but we don't want to. For that, the government needs your help and support. The public needs to help government to operate this system because politicians are focused on their votes because they don't know so much about this issue. If they would have information and knowledge on these issues, because their children are under, if they would know their children are under danger too, they wouldn't allow these things happen. Please give this to political people, this book. Doesn't matter which party, which side, which political party they are. You don't want your small children to get treated with testosterone and other hormones. So the act should come up from the ground up, from society, from the public it should start. And then preventions should be made by the government. Mrs. Kubra was mentioning about firewall system. I don't think that we will be able to do it in our country because this is not considered as unwanted because people have freedom to access to any knowledge they want to. So it's not very logical at the moment. But it could be some kind of a wall that we can have, like Islamic wall. Like Islamic wall could be made if they want it. And our Catholic people align with us, affiliate with us. This could be an effort altogether, spiritual effort. Let me give a TikTok example. Another prevention. The Chinese have their own TikTok. It's more like Patriot, talks about informing about the history. It's like day and night if you compare to our TikTok with Chinese TikTok. Why does China do this? There has been an opium war at the time in China. They were giving weed and opium at the time to China as expenses. Well, Chinese TikTok is not similar as our TikTok. All these applications should have some sort of limitations, but it could only be done with your support. So we need the support of the public. One of the tactics that they use, strategies they use, they buy the politicians, people whom called Greens in Europe has been bought smartphones sometimes. I consider the camera over there is the eye of evil. These smartphones, if you can eliminate smartphones from our lives, the system is going to collapse. It sounds like a miracle, right? Well, how can we take this evil out of our lives? The hard part is this, actually. As you know, Ms. Kubra said that there is a dopamine receptor in our brain. The pleasure of the dopamine in the lab, dopamine lab, they said, let's mercy these people. Let's give them a Zen stop point for them to rest a couple of minutes. And then there was an objection. They said, if we give them a break, it will make us lose so many millions of dollars. What can you do instead of dopamine? How can you trigger the dopamine receptors in other way? There is another way of striking and triggering dopamine levels by helping out people. You can go to Africa, help out people who needs the help. With your children, you can go there and help over there as a parents. If we keep continuing this addictive habits, they're not going to listen to our words. There were some studies from England and other places. Everyone should know which streets of metrics they've been walking around. They should be able to look and analyze it, or if they need some therapy, maybe we could give them some therapy as well. So analyzing the screen time could be made in some kind of clinical center. If my screen time is 12 hours a day, but if you are honest with yourself, well, in China there are clinics like this. Japan, there's a clinic like this for adolescents. These are rehabilitation centers. They take them off of these metric systems. You know what frightens me? If we love the metrics so much, we will be at the point that there's no return point. We're not gonna want to get away from the metrics. That's why we need to do this screen time analysis. There are so many other things I mentioned in my book, like Disney Channel and other places, like Netflix. We need to learn about these companies with special apps, how they're influencing us. First thing to do is we need to try to get out of the matrix. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much, Mustafa Merter, Master. I totally agree with him, and it is great to hear it from him. We have really a few time, and we need to actually go away from leave this hall. Let me give 5 more minutes to all right, round of applause, please. I think it's the end of the conversation. Let's listen to Yıldız Hanım at last. There you go, Ms. Yıldız. I will try to use my time as good as possible. Yesterday, in yesterday's presentation, the whole world is trapped. Gaza Street. Free. Mr. Kemal said something valuable. He was talking about hypnotizing. He made some kind of definition. Hypnotizing is not making someone sleep, but actually waking up. It's a programming of people to pacify the bad habits but the lobby against us, they just put the context underneath as and emphasize the negative aspects of this hypnotizing issue. So we are all kind of in a way in a dream. It's valuable that our Mr. Merter been talking about. I will try to have this book access to governmental people and politicians. The technology, what I understood from this platform, is a digital addiction makes people lose the meaning, and we all become hypnotized and conquered mentally, and we face with all this harmful stuff. And after hypnotized brain he was talking about, I was kind of more afraid, but our heart is under attack. I am fan of Miss Kubra. She opened up a road to and a hope. We have some different code that is immune to all these attacks. So being awareness is important. That was underlined in these conversations, and it must be act of all our nationwide. Some suggestions that I had for other universities. I hope that I have chance to share in the future. There is a philosophy education in workshops under philosophy where my son is going there too. Our kids in this workshop should be between the ages of 13 and 15, make them aware and make them aware of the content that is given to them under the surface of the issues. This common times we should have with our children, like movies and games and all those things. I like to confess something. I said to my children, what's your father's favorite color? When I ask him some question that defines us, that I noticed that we describe each other as others. It kind of gave me a lot of insight. It made me insightful when we talked about these concepts. In my life and my relationship with children, this technique actually helped me out, because where you do is you try to let them get to know more about their hero. I think we should define each other, us, ourselves, and our children very well. There's one of our colleagues in here. We gave educations only consist of fathers. It's called My Father and Me. There was a father who came to me at the time. We started with our client when they were small kid. Right now, he's a doctor nominee. Where Mr. Mustafa mentioned the concept of father. The father is the door to trust and confidence. And if you don't have the right father figure, you will lose the understanding of the life in best method. I still talk to these people, and I hope I have another chance to do such a workshop between the times that's available for father and daughter or son. They can do some kind of activities. They can go to restaurants, movies, whichever is available for them. What it is the connection that is threatened with this treatment. 5 years ago, IQ levels were pretty low in the beginning, but right now it's kind of getting much more higher. Actually, in Islamic belief, the first command is ikra, which means read. That means learn. So there should be like IQ clubs. We should open a door to our kids with these kind of clubs through our ministries and universities and local governmental areas. As an expert, I would like to express my experiences. We should have workshops for emotions. Most of the things, almost everything, it comes from the emotions. These are all codes, and to be able to do that in the best way, we should create some workshops. And music therapy, we can include our children as well. So they will be informed and be immune to this digital era. When I analyzed the digital game called Detroit, you have to be like really good psychologist to understand what this game does. There is no way if our children are playing this game and not get affected. We have to really careful with this. There's Ms. Zuhal has been studying on this subject and research, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, there, Yıldız. Although she was so busy, she came and gave a speech. Let me give the microphone to Ms. Necla. Hello, everybody. First of all,
özgürlük ve vatanlarını onlara bağışlaması.
I salute the people in Gaza. I think I'm the oldest one in this room. I salute them standing, but it's hard for me to stand up. I, first of all, like to thank all our teachers for their contributions. Today, here, I had some kind of presentation under academical context, but I had to let it go. Since yesterday, I was thinking, we were listening, lots of precautions, and it enlightened me. Secondly, when I look at our saloon hall, there is very few gentlemen. Most of our attendees are ladies, and I thank you for them, congratulate them. Third is about Mustafa Mert, our teacher, values that he has been describing women in an Islamic way in the names of Jalal and Jamal. So they need to have the gentle touch. Our woman deserves that gentle touch. 35 years of past that I've been told to mention that woman is centralized in this program we have. I want to summarize this, but we don't have enough time because we don't have 20 minutes, but I'll just clearly let you know a couple of words, couple of sentences. There has been mentioned the digital violence. We are facing a digital violence that is changing our cultural mechanisms. Which is created in the West. That culture is kind of getting manipulated into integrating into our culture. We are facing some type of violence, cultural change right now. All these speeches, we understand that we need to question this change. I'd like to talk about a little bit how this change happens. We can imagine two fish swimming in the same water. One of them says to the other one, "Today the water is kind of hot, isn't it?" And two other fish passes by. There's another fish. They hear it. They said, "What is it, the thing they call as water?" So we are kind of like in that situation. We don't understand. We cannot see. Sometimes we are blind to the water we are swimming in. There are lots of things to say about questioning. Zizek says, because we don't have a word to describe our enslavement, we think of ourselves as a free person. Who made the first sin? Who took us away from those beautiful, peaceful days we had lived? And who was the first person to take us from that place? Alan Turing, a French philosopher, says, we are going through animality. All these changes are a reflection of modern ideology. The system we call global system, these philosophers describes these systems, and this change needs to be learned and managed. It is not the best way of change what we experience. This change doesn't include truth, good or bad. It's just a change.
Modernism is a road crash we face. We are warned to leave the place. Maybe I didn't understand how time passed while I'm speaking. Whatever. My dear brothers and sisters, I would like to mention about the program named Every Mother is a School. I would like to talk about social activity plan. We have a program in total in 140 hours. As you call it by the name, it is focused on mothers and feminism, digitalism, the feminine features which are destroyed by feminism and digitalism are focused on. So our program is putting women in the center. I think it is more important because what secular system did is that instead of human feelings, they put selfish feelings. So this program is started 35 years ago. In 1996, there was a symposium called Habitat, and we were holding this program. They told us from the municipality that whatever you NGOs are willing to have, we will provide it to you. And then I was in that municipality, the organizer, and I explained we are doing this and that. And he said that my wife is going to some course. My wife is going to some course. Maybe it is your course. She is gone and a different person came. So maybe it is your course and it is very effective. So I thank you for your efforts. We are going to publish your presentations in our websites. I would like to finish with a sentence. I especially thank to Mr. Merter. This is a fabulous book. This book is really a one that describes the scene in Turkey and in the world and provides suggestions and draws attention on reconstruction of humans and reshaping of humanity. I agree with Ms. Yıldız's speech. The lack of communication between the mother and father, or the absence of father pushes our children in some wrong paths and we lose our children. Please don't educate mothers only. Don't forget about the fathers. Very well educated mothers then start not liking the fathers, undereducated fathers. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. From the river to the sea, the Palestine will be free. Dear guests, this is the end of our program. I would like to take Mr. Hall to the center of the stage. We would like to hand a flower bouquet to you. Hope to see you in the next program. God bless you all. Goodbye.
Kıymetli misafirler, hızlı bir şekilde salonumuzu boşaltıyoruz. Çünkü bizden sonra hemen bir program başlayacak. Tüm misafirlerimizi hızlı bir şekilde salonu boşaltmasını rica ediyoruz. Sahneyi de lütfen hızlı bir şekilde boşaltalım. Bizden sonra bir program olacak. O program için. Alo. Kıymetli misafirler, efendim rica ediyorum birazdan bir program başlayacak burada. Tüm misafirlerimizden salonu hızlı bir şekilde boşaltmalarını rica ediyoruz. Mustafa Mertel Hocam ve diğer yazarlarımız dışarıda olacaklar, imza atacaklar kitaplarına. Dışarıda yapalım. Fotoğraf çekimini de diğer işleri de lütfen hepsini dışarıda halledelim. Çünkü arkadaşlarımızın işlerini kolaylaştırmamız gerekiyor. Teşekkür ediyorum.